Hi everyone, this is Dr. Aeronautics. Welcome back to leg 10 of our flight of a P-38 Lightning across the Pacific. Today we are flying from number 9 Totegegie to number 10 Easter Island, otherwise known as Isla de Pascua, as well as Rapa Nui. Today we will be flying a very scary 1,621 miles. Easter Island is very isolated. There's basically a rock that's maybe 10 or 20 miles away, and that's the only piece of land for literally 1,000 miles. So yeah, you'll see the picture on Google Earth in a couple minutes what that means. We have to get the course right by plus or minus 10.5 degrees. And if we don't, we would miss the island, and that's assuming that there's a completely clear sky, which there isn't. We're going to be flying this at 30,000 feet because we have to. That is the altitude that we fly when we get maximum visibility possible to see the island. The ocean will be still at abyssal depths, as it will basically the entire time. This is kind of I think it's called the East Pacific Rise, but it's not really a rise other than compared to the trench as it was earlier when the ocean was like 17,000 feet. But the most important aspect of the journey is, I said it was a scary 1,620 miles. The reason why is because we're flying a speed profile of 5. 5 is, who the heck cares about how long it takes me to get from A to B? Fly me at the speed that will keep us in the air for the longest amount of time. So 5 is just above stall speed. We're going to just cruise along, porpoising at just above stall speed, trying to hang in the air as long as we possibly can. The time of flight estimate is unfortunately a little bit off, and I had to do some testing. The truth of the matter was, when I landed, I found that the fuel burn rate was not 59 gallons per hour. In fact, it was 72 gallons per hour. And that was enough to make the legs 10 and 11, which we're flying today, and the climax leg is next. That is a big issue. So what I did was I figured out, no, we can't fly at the speed profile of 4. We have to press 5. But I did test 5 just to make sure I knew what was going to happen. And, well, there's a difference between the just flight model of the P-38 and the MilVis model of the P-38. So we're going to be going a lot slower today. The time of flight estimate is, in fact, 6.9 hours, which is going to make the next flight, it could be upwards of 8 hours. The net leftover range, I think, is not accurate at all. We can take a look at the nav log to see how much we have left. Now, Easter Island is one of the most isolated islands in the world. The nearest inhabited land is Pitcairn Island, which we're actually going to almost overfly in the first 400 miles of the flight, right? And we're flying 1,600 miles. By the way, there's a really great YouTube video out there called Exploring Pitcairn Island by Drone. I highly recommend it. It's by some guy that spends a good portion of his time on the island, and he actually introduces you to all the families, which is kind of weird, because normally people don't like, having pictures of their house and their family and everything taken and put on the internet. But the thing is that the island is so isolated. It's not like anybody can, show up at their house and then be like, I liked your TV that I saw. No, because as soon as you arrive, the population is so small, they're going to know who you are and where you're from. Anyway, the nearest town with a population over 500 is Rikitia, which is basically where we are now. So that just gives you an idea. As long as we have to fly, we're on the closest, pretty much the closest airport to Easter Island, which is why I chose Totegegie. Now, to prove my point, I'm going to pick up my globe here by, it looks like Replogle, and I'm going to read out what I see underneath the flight path. So let's see. I'm looking for the Gambier Islands. It looks like Totegegie or Rikitia or Mataveri is not marked on the map, but there are some clusterings that I would assume to be it. So you have Henderson. Henderson we are going to overfly directly, and I purposely planned the flight to do that because Henderson is our last chance to see we're on track for the next 1,200 miles until we reach Easter Island. And then there's Pitcairn. And are you guys ready for this? Copyright Replogle Globes Incorporated, Kevin M. Dzerny Cartographer, made in USA E-S. And then you see Albatross Cordillera, and then you see Easter Island. So yeah, that's basically that. We're flying through the globe's legend today. Yeah, that's it. That's the Here Be Dragons territory in modern times. Okay, here's our navlog. You can probably see that it's growing. I like to think of leg 11 as the family reunion, and leg 10 is basically like where people are starting to show up. The extended family's coming on. We've got TOC 3, TOC 4, and TOC 5 have all shown up since the last leg. We're flying a total of 1,620 miles, an anticipated flight time of 6 hours, 55 minutes. But I must call your attention to the true airspeed. You'll see that we do 240 miles per hour, and then at TOC 5, suddenly we're doing 205. Well, I did some testing and figured out that the speed profile of 5 is actually not sustainable until we've burned off the auxiliary tanks. So we actually have to burn off the 165-gallon tanks before we can go into the cruise speed of 5. But the cruise speed of 5 gets us a tremendous amount of savings. If you look at the fuel over towards pretty much the center right, you see gallons per hour, and it's 72. That's for speed profile of 4. But then I manually edited the formulas in the cells to get the speed profile of 5. Here's the fuel savings. From 4 to 5, we're going to lose, as you can see, 35 miles per hour. But we're going to gain a fuel burn from 72 down to 44. So it's a huge fuel saving that we're doing. However, at a speed of 205 miles per hour and 30,000 feet, headwinds winds at 30,000 feet commonly get up to 80 to 100 miles per hour. So if we have a 100 mile per hour headwind, we're only making 105 miles per hour. And we can only stay aloft for 8 or 9 hours. And that gets us a range of 800 or 900 miles. In which case, the speed profile of 4, which would be much more fuel efficient. So we have to plan it very carefully. Now, luckily, we have a slight tailwind. I'm talking maybe 2 to 3 miles per hour. So our speed is going to be about 3 minutes faster at most than it would typically be. And that's, of course, meaning that we got the fuel planning right. I'm expecting 3 hours of fuel when we get to the destination, and that might seem like a lot, but considering the distance that we're going, That's a significant figure, given that previously we've had to search for the destination. If we spend 2 hours of time searching, that's going to start cutting into our reserve, and that's where things start getting really scary. The one good thing about Easter Island is that it has a really good weather station. Okay, the Celestial Navalog, again, extended out for the longer flight. We're taking off at around 6:45, and Easter Island is going to be at 1:45, which is insane. So we're basically gonna be up there for almost 7 hours. And you can see I've marked some points on the chart here. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Okay, here's our fuel snap, and you can finally see the reality of distance has finally caught up to the large range of the P-38 fighter. So everything that we've been doing, planning, fuel snap, LOP intercept, everything, was designed for legs 10 and 11, specifically leg 11. And you can already see all our friends, the line of safe return, the line of one engine return, and the line of no return have all made appearances on the fuel chart. There is a point where we are not one engine out to Easter Island. That means if we lose the engine, we can't make it to Easter Island. But before that point is the line of one engine return, which means that there is a gap of about 200 miles where if we lose an engine and we can't restart that engine, we can't make it back to Totegegie, and we can't make it forward to Easter Island, and that's the end of us. We're ditching. So there is a very critical time where I have to make sure that the engines are working, and that is a go, no-go pull for the line of one engine return. And what I'm going to have to do is say, okay, are all the engines healthy? Are all the temperatures okay? Is everything indicating that the engine will keep moving for the next 200 miles so that we can get into the range of one engine return? And then after that, we're going to have the line of safe return on two engines. That's, can we turn back with two engines? And then we finally have the line of no return. Can you turn back with two engines at all, with no reserve? You pass the line of no return, you're committing yourself to Easter Island. So we're going to read those out when we get to them. Okay, now here is the landfall chart. So we're going to be using the star of Fomalhaut, but I will commonly refer to it as Fomalhaut because Fomalhaut sounds a lot like foaming at the mouth. So it's a little bit strange of a name. The cool thing is, I think one of the exoplanets around Fomalhaut has been directly imaged, which is really cool. That's something that would be really awesome to be followed up with an observation by the James Webb Space Telescope when it finally launches. Because if you could directly image it now, oh boy, when that thing takes a look at it, it'll probably be able to get a whole spectral curve and identify all the constituents in the atmosphere. But I digress. So we're targeting an LOP intercept of 1303, and hopefully things will work out for us in the better. I'm taking a look at the weather now on Easter Island, and it is sort of clearing. Easter Island was marginal VFR for the time and having some rain due to a frontal system coming through, and that has now cleared out. So hopefully we've got some clear blue sky, but I won't be able to tell once we take off because this is the 1940s that I'm trying to simulate. And lastly, here is the Google Earth snapshot. You can kind of start to see the curvature of the Earth, right? It's not 100% straight line. So let's talk a little bit about the journey here. So we're going to take off from Totegegie, and then is going to be an atoll before Tak, and then we're going to keep going until Tak 1. About Tak 1, we might have the chance to see Pitcairn Island itself, which is where Adamstown is. That's where the drone video that I was talking about earlier got taken. And then halfway between Tak 1 and Tak 2, we will directly overfly Henderson Island if we are heading on the right vector. Henderson Island is completely uninhabited. And then after Tak 2 is Ducie Island. Ducie Island is the very last island before Easter Island. That means Tak 3, Tak 4, Tak 5, all the way to the LOP intercept. We're not going to look for islands because there's nothing down there. Furthermore, we're not going to look for islands until we reach the LOP intercept, which just so happens to be exactly at the earliest possible moment that we could see Easter Island coming up over the horizon. And because Easter Island is totally isolated from everything else by nearly 1,000 miles, its LOP intercept, its LOP zone, LOS zone, line of sight zone, for the very first time, is a complete circle because there's nothing else to look for. So we have to fly into that circle far enough that we can spot Easter Island. Now, interestingly enough, to the north of the circle, about the same distance between Easter Island and the edge of the circle, to the northwest, there's a black spot in the Pacific. It's a very interesting area. My grandfather told me about it when I was young, and I didn't believe him that it actually existed. But I found it in planning this flight. It is basically a hole in the oceanic crust. The depth of the ocean surrounding that hole is about 10,000, and the depth of that hole is about 22,000 feet. So it basically doubles the depth of the ocean. It's not anything like an ocean trench, but it's still an interesting curiosity. You know, it's not a trench; it's a hole, you know, in the ocean floor. So, yeah, that's pretty interesting. This is it, leg 10. Okay, we're ready to rock and roll. Now, recall there was no fuel pump, so I got filled up, and I won't have to adjust my fuel tanks at all. Because I won't get auto-filled again. So the fuel tanks are set for the 165-gallon tanks, and we won't need to open up the cheat menu at all, even before flight. So I think we'll go ahead and skip forward pretty much to takeoff because, like I said, this flight's going to be so long. I want to limit the video length. And of course, you know, I was slow, don't you know, so we're dealing with a new moon. I was hoping to use a last quarter, but, you know, that's the way things work. Now, the good news is next week should be a full moon, if I decide to fly then. And then there is a last quarter moon. But yeah, it's going to be really dark. And it's going to be really darn hard to spot Henderson, but it's going directly underneath the plane, and Henderson's pretty big, so I think we can see it. We just need to know to the minute when we're going to go over it, and then I just look really hard. I should be able to see it. The one good thing we do have going for us is Easter Island has quite a long runway. It's like 10,000 feet. It may even be lighted. I guess that's one thing that I didn't really think about is Totegegie is unlighted. Could you imagine if I tried to land here at night? Oh my gosh. Especially during a new moon. It'd be almost impossible. Okay, we should be all set up for takeoff now. We've got about 2.5 minutes to go. We'll be using the star Zubin Janubi, which is really cool. I love star pairings where you have two stars that share a similar name, like Akrux and Gaykrux, and Zubin Shakmali, Zubin Janubi, Russell Haig, Russell Gethy, you get the idea. So, fun fact, we'll be going due east at the start of this journey, which is possibly one of the easiest headings to hold. And then our southern star will be Delta Centaurus at an azimuth of about 178 degrees, so it's about 2 degrees off from a perfect course star. Now, I'm glad that I've noticed this quirk about the compass now than later. So I was generally setting an eastward track, but what I failed to look at was where the line at the western edge was. So if I set an eastern track, what I'd really be doing is setting a northeasterly track, and perhaps that's the reason why we've been getting off every single leg such a huge distance. So if you'll notice, I actually have to balance out the top indicator at this point between the east and the west to know if it's actually being set at east. So even though it indicates 95, it's really 90. Okay, 55 seconds to take off. And once we take off, I don't want to land because there's no lights. It's going to be a big, big no-no. $15, 10 seconds, 7, 6, 5. Hopefully we're above those mangrove trees. I also can't see. Dang, I really can't see anything. This is a big issue. Wow, I literally cannot see anything. I don't have my, it's daytime where I am, and I have windows. I can't really do anything about that. Alright, we should be high enough now. Let's check our indications now. Manifold pressure, tachometer, oil temperature, fuel pressure, oil pressure. We're descending again. Don't want to do that this low. Coolant temperature, carburetor air temperature, ammeter, voltmeter, we are good to go. Setting climb power. It's annoying because I can't see both gauges at the same time. I need a reference star. There we go. Yeah, and this really scares me, but I guess if I had to, I could just hit the pause button and then wait until local night. Okay, speed established 165 miles per hour. Okay, good. I can see a star now. As long as I have one reference point, but I need one. At least I think I need one. This is not the episode to test whether or not I can do instrument rating on a plane that's visually rated. Okay, so I think we're starting to settle out. Trim set. A little bit more nose up trim. Fuel boost pumps both off. Landing light off. Hopefully this gives me a little bit of a visibility boost. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. The landing gear is still out. I really hope we didn't overspeed it because it's limited to 175 miles per hour, and I definitely got up to 200 there. What the heck was going on? I guess I was so focused on keeping the wings level. That's what it was. I was distracted by not being able to see anything, so then I had to move the viewpoint for my distance, and then I was obsessed with checking my engine temperature operations and everything. Yeah, I really should have looked back at my checklist because I skipped an item. I was more important with checking the engine operation, when in reality I should have been more concerned about the landing gear. Anyhow, landing lights off, recognition lights as desired, we'll leave those on. So we're now prepared for when we come up on 12,000 feet. See if I can identify what that star is out the front window. That's pretty bright. It's also pretty low. Might be Yed posterior or 13 Zeta Ophiuchi. Yeah, that's a magnitude 2.6 star. That's probably 13 Zeta Ophiuchi. See, Zubin El Janubi should be somewhere up there. One thing that I don't like about this aircraft model is there's no real indication as to whether or not your gear is down. This thing doesn't seem to work, and it's supposed to light up red when the landing gear is out, but it doesn't half the time. In the older planes, they had physical... do we even have a flap indicator? I guess we don't. In the old ones, they had like physical dials that will actually come down. So if the dial was horizontal, you know the wheels are up, and if it was vertical, you know the wheels are down. Like you saw, I had to actually go out here and pan around to figure out whether or not the gear was out, which should not happen in real life. So that's unfortunate. I can tell you, despite the fact that or because of the fact that it took so long for us to get control of our, oh boy, we're at 11.5. That was close. Fuel boost pumps both on. O2 flow on. Yikes. Where is it? I'm gonna have to stop the... There it is. Okay, and I can see the blinker is working. And it is going to be as cold as minus 37. So cockpit heat on. Yeah, so it took us so long to get trimmed out so that we would actually start climbing, and then there was the issue of the landing gear, so we're probably going to be late at top of climb, which is not good. I'd rather be earlier than later on this flight, because I need to get to Easter Island. And by the way, I did research into that wagging. We were kind of going out of control left or out of control right. So the reason that my yoke wasn't doing anything is because the control surface literally wasn't mapped, which is confusing me because I thought I did that. So that's been fixed. I now have the control surface mapped. And the bad news is, yes, even with the yoke, one notch makes you go left and one notch makes you go right, which means when we get into cruise, I'm going to have to be alternating left, right with the yoke all the way through cruise. It's going to stink, but that's the only way we can do it. So guys, it's pretty much local midnight here. If I go to the sun map, the sun is at minus 63 degrees right now. It's about as low as it's going to get. Actually, it's before midnight. That's how early we're taking off on this flight. I'm starting to use the turn coordinator for my banks. Hopefully this works. Because I'm instrument. I can't see anything out the window except stars. And I can't see enough of them to be able to steer the plane on it. Although I can see the horizon that way. Actually, is there horizon glow in the west due to the sun being on that side? There is not. Huh. Yeah, this seems to be working. So I think it's on the turn coordinator. That's the secret. Alright, I'm going to advance things to our cruise checklist now. Check our time. We're expecting a 28-minute climb. We're at 18,000 feet, so we'll call it slightly over halfway. And it has been 14 minutes. We might still be on time. We're going to have to be quick to level off, but we might actually still be on time. I can believe that. Don't hold your breath, but so far the climb has been really good in, you know, the sense of direction. I'm hoping for a zero offset. Oh, we should look for Portland Reef. And what's this other thing here? There are two atolls down here to the right. I don't think we have any chance, but we might as well try. I can't even see the horizon. And I also can't see Totegegie anymore either. Yeah, this is really one way. I would not try to land there. I might not even be able to. Alright, we're starting to drift again. What's the weather gonna do? Well, guys, for simulating a Pacific night, I say this is an A+. I can't see anything except a star. But I can't judge it too harshly right now because, like I said, it's daytime where I am. I'd have to effectively put myself into a VR headset to know how realistic it is. But I do love how challenging it is. I mean, this is almost as dark as planet Earth gets. The ocean absorbs light, and the deep Pacific is the darkest place from any light source that's human caused, especially in this area, because you know the three big producers of light are, of course, Europe, China, and the United States. And we are almost as far away from Europe as we can get. We are probably equidistant between the USA and China right now. So really the only way to make a darker Earth is to go down to like maybe 50 degrees south, you know, the sub-Antarctic waters of the South Pacific. But even then, you know, if so much as a bright magnitude 0 star rose into the sky, that would probably be enough to offset the whole light pollution thing, and then it just wouldn't matter at that point. Actually, yeah, for goodness sakes, forget light pollution, there's the sun. If I want to consider light pollution on the other side of the Earth, we need to consider the fact that the sun is on the other side of the Earth. Forget what I said then. Light pollution is irrelevant where we are. Looks like we're at 23.5 right now, so we're 3/4 of the way through climb, which means we should be 3/4 of the way through 28 minutes or 21 minutes after takeoff. So if it is 7:14, then we're right on time. 7:12. We might actually be a little early, which is kind of strange, but I don't know why. Drifting again. We've been good so far, I don't want to mess it up. Okay, we should be getting really close to the critical altitude. We're at 26,000 feet now, so I'm going to listen for the engine to start spooling down. Shoot. I picked the wrong stars. I just now realized, again, it's the absolute heading, not your compass heading, so I should have picked something at 104 degrees. Antares would have been the perfect star in that case. Oh well. We'll note that for next time. That's critical altitude. to have to pay a little bit less attention to our heading and a little bit more to our power settings. We're coming up on cruise altitude. I'm actually not going to trim or push the plane down because we're pretty much at our cruising speed. So if we just take the power out, then the climb stops. It should be that. Should be almost that simple. In reality, we're going to have to adjust here and there. Okay, here we go. 900, 950, 30,000. Throttle's 32 inches. RPM 2050. Alright, plane wants to descend just a little bit. Let's try to fix that. Well, we are actually above 30,000 quite a bit now. Okay, throttles, prop governors, trim, set. Let's try to fix the heading here. Instruments checked, RPM and manifold pressure we just checked. So then we'll get oil. Ooh. Oil temperature's kind of high. Hopefully it cools off some. Let's see. Coolant temperature, carburetor air temperature are good. Let's see. Oil temperature's high, but the oil pressure... Actually, oil pressure's a little bit low. We might be low on oil. I don't know how the simulator simulates that. And then ammeter and voltmeter. We're good. Fuel quantity monitor. We can't really do that until we empty the fuel tanks. Not the fuel tanks. The drop tanks. And that will happen today. But not right now. For now, we're going to switch off to the drop tanks. Reserve the drop tank. Reserve the drop tank. Okay, so tank position switch. Reserve to drop tank at 720. Okay, let's worry about the intercooler shutters a little bit later. I do want to get my top of climb sight off. 721, right? Sweet, we're about 30 seconds early. Okay, well then in that case, I might be able to work things a little bit. The first thing, let's close the coolant shutters here. That should get us a little bit more speed. It looks like we're actually in a level cruise, if you can believe that or not. Coolant override flaps will override those into the closed position. And I don't want to mess with the oil stuff for now until I see it's a little bit cooler oil temperatures. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. Right on time. This is... we're way something. Okay, we're expecting an elevation of 50 degrees, and we shot an elevation of 48 degrees 55 minutes. This means that we are really slow, and that's a red flag. If we're too slow, we can't make it to Easter Island. We have to turn around. That's impossible. We cannot have a 70-mile offset. Unless we were traveling in the exact opposite direction, which we are. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if we can... We might not be able to save that. See, ideally I'd be looking at that heading indicator to know which way I'm facing. But I cannot, because it doesn't read accurately. But it can tell me which quadrant I am in. Alright, let's get this plotted. Let's see if we can still do the flight. That's... oh my gosh. Of all the mistakes to make, that's probably the worst. Flying in the opposite direction. So let's see, we're 70 nautical miles in the opposite direction. Amazing. Well done, Dr. Aeronautics. You flew the plane to within plus or minus 5 degrees of the exact opposite direction that you wanted to fly. That is a big, 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 big mistake. Actual time of the shot, 7:24. Offset, negative 70 nautical miles. Alright, well, we can do our course star. 178 degrees. (62 degrees, 34 minutes). And I have the shot written down. Clear star, you seriously messed up, and starting the second shot. And I am expecting this to be a little bit off because we're 140 miles off, so even with 3 degrees off on our course star, it's going to be very far off. So let's see, 87 minus 90 is 357. Yeah, this is going to be as challenging as our Robinson Crusoe leg now, because I did that. Talk, speed, LOP. Unbelievable. So now, instead of it being a 1,620 mile flight, it's going to be a 1,700 mile flight. Wait, 1,700 plus 80. A 1,780 mile flight, which, believe it or not, it's still 100 miles shorter than the Robinson Crusoe leg. Of all the times that I could have possibly done this, this is the absolute worst. Alright, so the second star that I took was 178, which is going to be off 2 degrees, and we're going north for 45 nautical miles. And that makes 92. Save talk course LOP. So we can still make the flight because it's less than the Robinson Crusoe leg, and we took off with exactly the same amount of fuel that we expected for the Robinson Crusoe leg. So what has to happen now is I have to figure out what our wind speed is. And I got to do this before we get too far beyond Totegegie to figure out whether or not we can actually make it based on the winds. Based on how far we got shot back, it looks like we basically have no headwind or tailwind. Yeah, we're leveling cruise at 30,000 feet. It's the only thing we have going for us right now. Alright, let me get this stuff plugged into my celestial chart. Actual time of the second shot was at like 7:26. Offset, negative 45. We're already 33% missed for Easter Island. Unbelievablemente. I'm gonna start adding in Spanish words occasionally because we're starting to get close to South America. In fact, the pen that I am using for writing things in the cockpit is a parrot pen from El Salvador. It was actually custom handmade in El Salvador. Okay. I'm going to try to do my checklist. I've gone through it enough times that I don't think it's necessary that I read it off. So I'm going to try to do this silently, because it probably gets really annoying when I continually read this thing off. Although, you know what? I'm going to do it one time. I'll do it one time just to establish it, and then we'll stop for the time being. So choose your altimeter setting. That's been set. Dead reckoning is a 10-to-1 roll. Not if you did what I did. You know what? The sun's gonna rise before we get to Easter Island. I guess I could shoot we could shoot a line of position off of the sun. The sun will be in the northeast, and we will be in the northeast, so we can turn opposite the sun. Yeah, we can use the sun if we have to. Okay, so that's good. We can continue. Even if the sun comes up, we can still keep navigating. Okay, so before the brake release of liftoff time, I actually didn't do that, but I knew it was on time. So take off on time. Do once during the flight, take the first shot at the top of the climb. Yeah, I did. It was very messed up. Heading indicator looks good. Airspeed indicator. Oh, we're actually doing a little bit better than last time. Let me check the oil shutters at this time. Yeah, they're open, but we're actually doing 100 and... Looks like they have cooled down a little bit. We're doing 160, and I was expecting to do 155, but here's the question. Are we still at our cruise manifold pressure? Yeah, 32 inches and 2,050 RPM. Nice. She's performing better. Maybe it's due to cooler temperatures or something. We are starting to leave the tropics. We're at like 24 degrees south right now. Let's see if that took care of it. Yeah, it's shut now. We'll just have to watch those temperatures. They're really close to the red line. I don't like that. Okay, watch for islands. No chance. Actually, if I do a quick speed hack here, we're at 30,000 feet. I'm expecting a temperature of minus 36. And we are at 160 miles per hour. So I think we're doing an indicated of, or a true airspeed of 270. So if we really are going 270, to go 70 miles to get us back to Totegegie, it will take us 16 minutes. And we turned around at top of climb. So that was at this is so stupid what I'm doing right now. Oh my gosh. There's one island. One. And I'm going to be late. Probably. So we took the shot at 7:24. So at 7:40 we should be directly over Totegegie again. Hopefully. And if I'm doing things right, I'll be right over it. So I guess I could do that. Chart update. How much time has gone by? We've got 6 minutes to go, so we're slightly more than halfway back. We're probably about 40 miles from the island. Fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour, 48 gallons per hour, total usable non-reserve fuel. So we started with 629, subtract out 12 gallons for the climb. 617 gallons minus the distance that we've flown so far since top of climb, which was 21 to 36. 15 minutes times, so that's 1/4 of 72, which is 18 gallons. So we're at 599 gallons with reserve, and less reserve, we are 549 gallons. Distance flown, we have flown, oh man, this is going to be an interesting one. We have flown 160 miles. Get this, we've flown 160 miles, but there's 1,660 miles remaining now. Great job, Noggin. You sure got that one as wrong as you possibly could have, and didn't think to even check it once during the climb. Alright, interpolated position. We're 40 miles northwest of Totegegie. Is it possible to return to home base? Well, given the fact that we're almost over the home base, yeah. Alright, can't update the fuel chart yet because I don't have an indication. Calculate true altitude. So we have 2998, so that's 0.6, so that's 60 less than our indicated altitude, which is 30,260, so we're now at 30,140. Can't calculate actual ground speed yet. Wind direction and speed. I can't do that because I was a dum-dum and turned the other way. That was a reference to Night at the Museum, by the way. And I didn't bring any gum-gum. Hopefully this is not a bad omen. Although I think we've seen the worst omen of them all, traveling the exact opposite direction. Alright, let's start setting up for TOC plus 30 minutes. So we're pretty much going the same speed of climb, and we're going the other way. So I'm going to update our position to say that we're over the base. We're going to be 1 hour behind. So 23:05 and 1:34:53. 23:05, 1:34:53. That's the same location as. $1:34:53. I wanted 1:33:23. Which means we were west of base. Oh no, I did it right. I did it right. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I plotted that one right. I did. So, 1:54:53. So we're set up for base, and this shot is going to be at 7:51. So 31:41:51. "30-minute fix." I want to do let's see what our track should be. It should be 104 degrees. So I need something that says 284. Yep, Antares. Now, if it was just darker, I could read the constellations and know that I was going the wrong way. Antares is at... I'm just going to straight copy this stuff down. Antares is at 107 degrees. 36 degrees, 48 minutes. And then I need to add 90 to that, so 286 plus 90. 16 degrees. Via Placidus is in a really good position. That's going to be at 199 degrees. 34 degrees, 50 minutes. Oh, we should be over Totegegie again. Oh, I thought I saw something. Yes, a shoreline. Ah, man, if I could just identify that island, we'd be able to figure out which direction the winds are taking us. Well, I gotta write that down. 7:42 spotted Totegegie. Well, at least that tells me that we're heading back in the right direction. And that I should look for Henderson Island, because I just might see it. Okay, I see another island. It's almost directly under the cannula. Actually, that's a shoreline. Let's see if I can identify that really quickly. That's probably Mangariba. And then this shore would be Totegegie. Either way, we're definitely not on the over the westernmost island here. Which means if I did a shot right now, we'd basically be over the island. Alright, so 7:42. We're back where we started, which means we are, let's see, take off at 7, take off on time, but in the wrong direction. We took off at 6:53 and it's 7:42, so we're about 50 minutes behind. It's not as bad as it could be, but still, I mean, not good. Alright, let's get this stuff plugged in. Antares, azimuth 107, altitude 36 degrees, 48 minutes. Actual time of the shot, oh, we don't know that yet. Via Placidus, azimuth 199, altitude 34 degrees, 50 minutes. Alright, and I have both stars plotted, and I have the distance offset plotted. Clear the offset, clear star 1, star 2, and Antares 107. Elevation 36 degrees, 48 minutes. Ticks me off. We had such a good start. Like, other than the fact that we were in the opposite direction. Like, everything was going for us. In the exact opposite direction. Oh, but I didn't update my latitude. Yes. We want 05. 134.55. Okay, so we're all set up. We have about 4 minutes to go. I want to say crikey, but I can't because I'm not on that side of the ocean anymore. let's see what our speed averaged. So we took off, we flew out and back in 50 minutes. So in 25 minutes, we traveled 100 miles, actually more like 95. So if I line up the 25-minute mark with 95, that's indicating we averaged a true speed of 230 miles per hour. And the navlog says that we're going to be doing more like 260. I don't know if that's good or bad, because the slow speed might have been on the upwind, or I don't know whether going away from the island was the upwind or coming towards the island was the upwind. Hopefully the former. We've got 2 minutes to go for start of shot. See, now doing what I just did might be a good test for the Robinson Crusoe leg, except for the fact that, like I said, Easter Island is isolated. Which means if we run out of fuel, sorry, that's the end of it. Oh my gosh. Pointed safe return and pointed no return. Well, no, they're still going to have the same times. It's just they're going to... Or are they? No, they'll still have the same times. They'll just be offset a lot earlier than they would normally. If it wasn't so dark, I'd go down there and fill up again. But I don't think there's any way that I can land. And I don't want to circle for 8 hours for the sun to come up. In fact, we might not even be able to, because the sun is going to rise at Easter Island 2 hours earlier than Easter Island. Or sorry, 2 hours later than Easter Island. And we're planning to land at Easter Island at sunup. So yeah, we might not actually be able to last until daylight, given how early we took off. Oh, time to go. That was a quick 3 minutes. Okay, good. We're ahead. We have passed Totegegie now. Alright, we've got it. So 36 and 50 to 37.15. So we're 25 miles from Totegegie now. In the direction of 107. Which means I need to add 180 degrees. So 107 becomes 90 degrees. 107 becomes 197. Save. talk. No, not talk. 30-minute fix speed LOP. Mark the star, and yes, the green dot represents where Totegegie is, so we are now ahead of it. Actual time of the shot was on time at 7:51. The offset was -25, so we're now ahead. Actual time of the shot. Oh, I'm looking at Mia Placidus. Well, let's get that in now. I've got it marked on Google Earth. I've got the thing. I've got the offset written down. So now we're going to advance to 199. And 34 degrees 50 minutes. Move the shot and go. Actual time of the shot at 7:54. Well, that's what I wanted to see. We're basically due east of Totegegie. I don't think we have any offset here. Yeah, that's no offset. Okay. So from our present position, I extrapolate out along 90 degrees from, so 109 degrees. Yes, that agrees. We basically directly overflew Totegegie. That's good. So the green line represents our track, and the blue line is where we are on the track. Save 30-minute fix course LOP. Alright, bring those out of the temporary places where they could get deleted. And of course, the heading has decided to go insane. It's always when you look away. .54, 0 mile offset. Back on track. The problem is we've now burned a ton of fuel. And it's now as if we took off later. So I should be able to get a real speed estimate now. So in exactly half an hour, we have traveled 128 miles, which means that we have, counting the turn, averaged 256 miles per hour. And the chart says we should be averaging 260. So I think we're okay. We're okay planning-wise, but we're behind speed-wise. Now that's because we flew in the opposite direction. So I can actually plot out how far I think we're behind. Oh, but let's look for Portland Reef, because I did actually see Totegegie. actually the time to 7:54. It's 7:57. The time to look was right when we took that shot. We were due a beam of Portland. Opportunity missed. We could have checked our celestial navigation to confirm it was correct. Let's see how far off of it we were. 9 miles. So that's going to be at about a 45-degree angle. Can't tell if I'm seeing something or not. Well, we're still doing 160. That's good. Alright, so I was going to say how far behind I think we are. So halfway between TOC and TOC 1 is right there. So we're 189 miles behind. We might as well use TOC. We'll do a TOC shift and use the TOC position for TOC 1, the TOC 1 position for TOC 2, the TOC 2 position for TOC 3. Wait, that means we have to be more than an hour behind. Top of climb at 721? 721. It's 8 o'clock, so it's been 39. Yeah, so we're like an hour or so behind. So I'll check our speed, but after that we're going to have to plan on a solar LOP. I think I'm going to have to replan the LOP intercepts because we're going to be off. Yeah, we're going to be off my chart. I will have to replan the LOP intercepts. So the switchover time for speed 4 to speed 5 is at 4 hours, and that's hours, not distance from top of climb. So the switchover time is at 11:21. So we're 3 hours 20 minutes from switching over to the slower speed. And that's, like I said, regardless of position. thing that pisses me off so much about this is the mistake was made early in the flight, which means if it becomes one of those corrective analysis things, then we're in big trouble, because we're not going to find out that it's a serious issue until we start looking for Easter Island, and we're not going to have the fuel to search. Alright, I should start setting up for TOC 1. I hope the winds are moving faster than I thought. Alright, so I want to do this thing at 8:21, and I want the position of top of climb as my reference. So that's 2325 south, 134, actually 133.23. I want a star that is at 104 degrees or so. So that's going to show up on Skyview Cafe as 284. Antares is perfect. Antares is at 105 degrees. Elevation of 44 degrees. (52 minutes). And then our other star should be at 194. Which is going to show up as 14. We'll use Delta Centaurus. Azimuth of 200 degrees. Altitude 60 degrees, 7 minutes. Alright, so I'm going to update everything here. 23:25. 133:23. I'm getting so sick of not having an autopilot. I think I'm, because it occupies like most of what I do. I might switch to something like the Boeing 737-400 and then just forget the fact that it has a IRU. Just turn that off and try celestial navigation with that. I feel like I'd have a lot of fun doing what I'm doing now, but with a Boeing 737-400. I'm really good at flying it too, because It's probably my most flown aircraft all the way since Flight Simulator 2002 came out. It's one of my most fun to fly too. Alright, and I have the shot, clear, and clear star 1, star 2. No, wind, oh my gosh, what the heck? There was a major wind change. Getting really close to that red line. I might have to take that out. It looks like there's a pressure change too, because we're no longer holding above 30,000. It seems like we've dropped a little bit. The saying is high to low, look out below, so I think that means that we're going into a high pressure system. Because we're getting lower indications. Alright, I need to get back to my checklist. Good, back to 160 knots. Any islands? Not right now. I'm estimating 1,500 miles remaining. We're about 120 miles from Totegegie. I can see clouds now. Okay. As long as it's not too many of them. But, yeah, there are some. Cool, I can actually see where I'm going now. Okay, we're all set up. We're just waiting for the shot time, so we have like 5 minutes. Yeah, so one of the things that I was saying is this doohickey right here. that's supposed to be like a heading indicator, you know, it doesn't work. Like, I'll try and adjust the heading here, and absolutely nothing happens, and it's just stuck at like 65 degrees, which is nothing useful for us. Alright, here comes the shot. We got about 10 seconds to go. Starting the shot. And I'm expecting a little bit of offset because I'm using TOC 1 as our position. Not TOC 1, TOC as the position. So we're a little bit less than an hour behind. Alright, looks like we have it. So actual time of the shot is going to be 8:21, and the offset looks like it's actually pretty good. That's like 50 nautical miles. Yeah, positive 50. That's good. Okay. So 105 degrees for 50 nautical miles. So it's going to become a line of position of 195 degrees. Save TOC, no, TOC 1, speed LOD. Alright, let's get Delta Centaurus in here, and our heading is getting off again. $260 degrees, 7 minutes. I do not have the offset written down, so it's 50. Clear the shot and go. So this is going to be 8:24. That looks right. Okay, so that's only an offset of 10 miles, and it looks like positive 10, so we're drifting south. Nautical miles at 200. Which means it's going to be about 290. Yep, positive 10. Okay, so we're slightly to the south, of course. Get my view here fixed up. There we go. Alright, save this thing. TOC course. TOC 1 course, LFB. Make sure I get that written down. So that's positive 10. So we're 10 miles off. Not bad. Let's see. Well, today I'm expecting to use my whole chart. We extended it. Oh, this is not one of the reasons I was expecting to need to extend it, but a good thing we did. The celestial chart. Okay, so moment of truth. How fast are we moving? That was exactly half an hour. We covered our current distance in 127 miles and 30 minutes. So, let's see. If I set up 30 minutes against 127. That means our ground speed is 253 miles per hour. Let's see, chart says 260. Well, that's a little bit disappointing. So as long as we don't slow down, I'm predicting us to slow down by about 20 miles an hour between TOC and TOC 1. As long as that slowdown doesn't happen, we might actually catch up some. So we are 183 miles behind. And exactly when we take the TOC plus 1.5, we can look for a small island, Ueno, to our left, and Pitcairn itself with Adamstown to our right. So just a quick fact about Pitcairn Island is its harbor is like a hook. They have one boat on the island. It is a wooden longboat that's diesel powered. It's stored in a shed, and to launch it, they roll it down a ramp into the water. So it doesn't actually permanently stay in the water. They actually haul it up onto the island using rollers into a shed, or a hangar, if you will. That's called Bounty Bay. Alright, so I'm going to do a quick calculation of the winds, because we've been doing pretty well on heading, so I think we can do that. So we flew at 160 indicated, so let's line up the temperature, minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, minus 36. We're doing 160 indicated, so that's going to be 266 miles per hour. We flew for half an hour, so we should have traveled 133 miles at 105 degrees. Now if I connect that to our actual position, assuming that we were flying okay, it means that the wind is 225 at 30. Wait, no, it's out of, so I have to flip it. So it'd be 45. Yeah, 45 at 30. And my nav log calls for 260 at 22. So it almost could not be more wrong. That's annoying. Hopefully that goes away. Looks like the clouds are gone again. Alright, so I want to set up for my talk plus 30 minutes, talk 1 plus 30 minute shot. So I'm going to go out another 127 miles in the direction of flight. So we're going to say the latitude is going to be 24 degrees 17 minutes south. The longitude 130 degrees 38 minutes west. And the new time is going to be 8:51. So something at 285 on here. Antares still looks really good. That's at 282. That is 102 degrees. And that's at 54 degrees 11 minutes. And then I have to add 90, so 192. 192 would show up as 12 degrees. Well, really what I want is 14. Acrux is absolutely perfect. That is at 194 degrees, so it's a perfect course star. Elevation 48 degrees 39 minutes. Let's update here. So we're now going to be at 24:17 south and 130 degrees. We're almost out of 130s. 38 west, 102 degrees, and 54 degrees 11 minutes. Make sure I have that offset. So I'm going to clear the offset, clear star 1, star 2, and get this copied into my chart. Again, we're using Antares because the flight is so long that we're taking off so early that even though time has progressed since we've begun doing this, Antares is still viable early in the flight, because of how far we are. At some point we're going to have to abandon it because it'll be going behind us or a star in front of us. Actual time of the shot, don't know that yet. Okay, should be all set up, and we got like 13 minutes to go. should check up on the temperatures again. Still good, but very close to the red line. Everything else looks okay. Alright, 2.5 minutes to the start of shot time. This shot I am hoping for pretty much no offset. If there is no offset, then it means that we are basically doing what I thought we would have been doing based on our past ground speed and direction. Oh, you know what? We can probably look for Oeno Island. We have 2 minutes. 15 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. Alright, we've got it. 8:51 is the time of the shot, and the offset should be positive 15. That's good. That means we're going a little bit faster. Okay, mark it. Plot it on Google Earth. So we have a positive 15-mile offset. We've passed Ueno Island. So we need to look behind us if we want to see it. At 102, which is 192. Save 1 hour 30 minute fix speed LOP. Alright, let's do our other one. So we got 15 plugged in. Yes, I do. Okay, clear the shot. And the next star is going to be A Krupps, 194 degrees. $48.39. Actual time of the shot is going to be at 8:54. Yes! We're right on course. Yep, I'm not touching that. That's a 0 offset. Zero. I need to stop throwing the mouse up there. Alright, so 194 means the line of position is going to be at 104. So this is 1 hour 30 minute fix course LOP. Drag that out of the temporary places folder. Okay, so right now we are at, let's see, how many degrees back? 12 minus 312. 60 degrees off, and it's going to be 36 miles, which is going to be about 12 degrees down. So it's not looking good for being able to see Oeno Island. It's going to be back there somewhere. Now we should be just about abeam Adamstown. So this is Pitcairn Island itself, the island that's featured in the drone video. Nothing. You see how far away it is? 47 miles. Let's get back on course first. What is that thing? Ocean liner? Or is that the city of Adamstown that I'm looking at? That's moving about the same speed that we are. One little light. That's insane. I think I can see two. Alright, I'm gonna say it's right where it should be. I'm gonna say we saw it. So 8:59, spotted Adamstown, Pitcairn. At 8:59, and that was, let's see, what are we at right now? I'd say 2 o'clock. Yeah, still there. 2 o'clock and maybe 5 degrees down. Okay, I need to keep an eye on my heading. But we're actually doing pretty good. Well, if you happen to be watching from real life and live there, hello from the simulator. I flew by a simulation of your island. Alright, the next thing that I want to be concerned about is Henderson. So we're about 10 miles or so off. So Henderson is going to be up this way. Should be almost right in front of us now. But I need to get through my checklist. That was pretty cool to see Adamstown, because that's a pretty small place. Maybe 30 people live in there. Oh, there's a lot more than that. There's 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, there's about 50 buildings from what I can count in Adamstown, of varying sizes. Got to write down my offset. There we go, 0. And it's been 8 minutes. Oh yeah, I forgot to calculate our new ground speed. Whoa. We traveled 144 miles in half an hour. That means we're going 288 miles per hour. That's good. That's faster than what the log said we should be getting. The log says that we should be doing 260. So I'll take 288. That's going to get us there sooner, which is what I really want right now. We have 479 gallons with reserve, 429 gallons less reserve. Those numbers are on their way down. So we're going to reach Pitcairn in 125 miles, which will take us 26 minutes to get there. Oh, I said Pitcairn, I meant Henderson. Part of the Pitcairn Islands, but Henderson is the name of the island that we're going to be looking for next. So we're now 350 miles from the island, which means 1170 remain. So let me recalculate the winds. We traveled for half an hour at I always forget what this number is. Minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, minus 36. 160 is 200 and... Yeah, we're doing 160. 266 for half an hour is 133 miles at 105 degrees. So now the wind looks like it's working in our favor now, from what I can tell. Doing vectorial addition, it is 83, so 263 at 22. My nav log is predicting the wind to be 260 at 22. Yes! That's exactly what I wanted to see. The winds are agreeing with the nav log. And for some reason we're going a little bit faster, which should hopefully burn up some more time. The next thing I want to do is start getting set up for Talk 2, and I will use Talk 1 as my position. Or can I use... Let's see, 143. If we keep going at the same speed, yeah, we'll still be closer to Talk 1. We'll use Talk 1 as the Talk 2 position. New time, 9:21. Position 24 degrees, 11 south, and 129, 41 minutes. So we are now following a course of 91. So let's just yoink that. And that's it. So, but our actual course is at 103. So we want a star that's saying about 283. Let's do Antares again. Antares is at 281 degrees. So that's going to be 101 degrees. And then elevation 61 degrees, 44 minutes. And then add 90, so we want 192. or 12 degrees in Skyview Cafe. Zeta Centaurus is a magnitude 2.5 star that's exactly at 12 degrees. $192. Altitude 66 degrees, 6 minutes. $24.11, 129.41. First star 101 on the azimuth. Elevation 61 degrees 44 minutes. Let's see, 0 degree offset, and let's make sure I have those stars plotted. Yes, I do. All right. Clear star 1, star 2, and clear the shot. 24.11, 129.41, 101 degrees, 61 degrees 44 minutes. We're set up. I think I see the Milky Way again. Oh no, that's my screen. I need to clean it. Alright, let's get another speed hack. So, let's see, I want to set up for... ...288 miles an hour. I wanted to know how far how far we have traveled since the last shot, which would have been at 51. So we've round up 23 minutes. And in 23 minutes we'll have traveled 110 miles. And we've got about 7 minutes until we need to take the shot. And this is it. This is our chance to look for Pitcairn. It's annoying. Google Earth, the label Pitcairn Islands is right over Henderson Island. That's why I'm reading it off is that it's Henderson Island. I think that we're about 22 miles south, and we should be almost directly abeam it. It's almost 100% flat. It's a thick forest. And there's no one living on it, so there's no source of light. Alright, now it's been 25 minutes. In 25 minutes we would have traveled 120 miles. So we're pretty much abeam it right now. It's going to be, let's see, at 12 degrees and we're facing 90, so it's going to be right where those clouds are. Oh, what's that thing? Oh, it's a star. It's probably a star in the sky. There's no way. But then again, a star wouldn't be rotated unless we're turning. But nobody lives on the island. Okay, we're turning. That's what it is. I give up. It's too bad. Maybe if we're quick, we can figure out where we are. We need 90 more seconds and then we can take this next shot. That'll tell me how far north or south of the island I am. And we are expecting some big offsets here because I'm using TOC 1 as our position, which is not going to be, more than likely, we're probably going to be about 80 to 100 miles ahead of that. One minute to go. Probably looking at it and I don't even know it. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. Oh man, I didn't copy the stuff in. Alright, we've got it. Yeah, 80 miles. Okay. Alright, so 80 miles at 101. How about that? It's saying we're right at Pitcairn right now. Not Pitcairn. Henderson. I'm going to turn these borders and labels off. They're throwing me off. That's like the 5th time. Talk to speed LOP. Offset, copy that down, positive 80, okay. And real quick, just because now I do know that we are directly abeam the island. Nothing. Alright, let's get set up for the second shot. So Zeta Centaurus is going to be at 192 degrees in the south and 66 degrees 6 minutes. I have that written down. Clear the shot and go. Okay, we've drifted south further. That means Henderson is going to be nearer to the horizon, and I'm going to make a course correction. Actual time of the shot, 9:24. Offset positive 20. So now we're 20 miles to the south of course. Nautical miles. I've been pretty successful in bagging every island so far. I really want to try to get Henderson. I give up. let me get this plotted. So 20 south of Tok 1. That's at 192 degrees, 20 nautical miles. And then if I subtract out... Actually, I'm not going to subtract. I'm going to add 282. Tok 2 course LOP. So we've got one more island, that's Ducey, and then that's it. And I don't think we're going to spot that, because that Henderson's pretty big. Henderson was 5 miles long and 3 miles wide, and Ducey is 1.5 miles in diameter. Yeah, it's very unlikely we're going to be able to see that. But let's get a new speed estimation here. So in half an hour, we traveled 132.5 miles. So 132.5, 130. Means our new speed is 264 miles per hour. We're between Tok 1 and Tok 2 now, and that says we should be doing 239. Even 260 is faster, so we're still gaining on course. That's good. We are gaining. Alright, I have that shot written down, so we're all set. Alright, I wanted to solve the winds now. Actually, no, I meant correct to parallel. Alright, so at 9:30, correction, 2.5 degrees left to parallel. So that's going to look like that. And then again, I need to get on course. So let's see, we have, we'll say the same, we'll intercept between Tok 3 and Tok 4. I don't want to wait all the way to the LOP intercept. So also 2.5 degrees to the left to intercept. So we should be pretty good right here. Alright, so for the Tok 2 shot, we were 148 miles behind, so we gained a little bit. That's good. Oh, what is going on? What just happened? I'm assuming a weather update, but I'm wondering what kind of weather update. What is this going to do to my weather? And where the heck was I? Whoa, those clouds look like they're going by really fast. Because we're turning. And we're banking. I think my math was wrong earlier when I was detailing the amount of gallons on board. Right now we have 473 gallons with reserve, 423 gallons less reserve. Total fuel consumed. Is 144 gallons. We have traveled exactly 500 miles right now, which means that from the island, not in total, which means that 1,120 remain. Alright, keeping an eye on my times here. We are about 40 minutes from the go no-go for the one engine return. I think it's probably going to be pretty easy given how rough things have been. Well, not that, how dark it is. Not again. Alright, so I'm going to start planning the next one here. So let's see, we're trying to intercept Top 5. So our new course is just about 99.5 degrees. And we're traveling 264 miles per hour, so 132 miles is what we will do in half an hour. So top 2 hour 30 minutes. New position should be 25 degrees 5 minutes south. Negative 126 degrees 15 minutes west. So let's update that. So that's 9, 31, 41, 51. 25 degrees 5 minutes south. 126 degrees 15 minutes west. And now I want something that is at 99. So that's going to show up as 270. Amazing. Antares has moved over with us. It is moving a lot faster now because it's nearing its zenith. It's actually at 279 degrees, which is 99 degrees, amazingly enough. And now it's up at 71 degrees, 41 minutes. And then we need to add 90 to 99. So we'll get 189, which shows up in Skyview Cafe as 9. We'll move over to Aegina, which is going to be at 193 degrees, 52 degrees, 56 minutes. Okay, and just to confirm, I have the shot information, I have the shot plotted. Clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2. 25.5 south. 126. 15. 99, 71, 41. This is probably the last time we're going to be able to use Antares. We are all set up. So let's see, our current latitude, or longitude rather, is about 126.5 degrees. So if we go into the northern hemisphere, just to give you guys an idea of how far east we are, 126.5 degrees pretty much dissects Vancouver Island, Canada. Probably going to be coming up on Ducey Island around 10:10. So when I start looking for that, that's when it's time to start considering one engine return. Alright, we're about 1 minute from shot time, and this is the one that we're really hoping is on, with hardly any offset, because I picked a point that I felt that we should be at. Three, 2, 1, starting the shot. That's good. This is Antares. I think we're right about there. So it's maybe a 5-mile offset. It's not much. And it's a -5. So we're slowing down a little bit, possibly. But we're really close to within the margin of errors there. So 5 nautical miles. Opposite 99. 289. 279. Line of position is going to be at 189. Save 2 hour 30-minute fix. Speed LOP. Actual time of the shot was at 9:51 on time. Offset -5. Okay, we can clear the shot now and set up the second one. Agena 193, 5250. Go. So that was exactly at 9:54. That's it right there. So it looks like the offset is going to be +5. I think that's good. I think that means we're north of where I was expecting. Yeah, that is good. So that's going to be in the... Wait, no. No, that's bad. Positive, we want negative offsets. Yeah, that's bad. So 5 at 193. So 103 will be the line of position. Save 2 hour 30-minute fix. Course LOP. So it still means we're 20 miles off. Okay, so I'm going to give us a little bit of a kick. We've been pretty stable for a while, so I'm just going to try to kick us a little bit further to the north. So we traveled 126 miles in half an hour. That means our new ground speed estimate is 252 miles per hour. And we're still between Talk 1 and Talk 2. See, the log says we should be doing about 239 and a little bit later 246. So that's good. We continue to gain. This is good. let's see, we'll be directly abeam due sea in 92 miles, and at our current speed, that'll be in 22 minutes. Let's see, we've had 629 initially, minus 12 gallons, 617, and we've been going for 2.5 hours. So we burned 192 gallons on top of what we needed for the climb. So we've now burned 204 gallons. Which means 425 total gallons remain, 375 less reserve. Now flown 580 miles. Which means 1,040 miles remain. Alright, now we're going to set up for the next one. So 1021, that's going to be the TOC 3 site. Again, the TOC 2 position will be closer, so we'll use that. (24°, 51 minutes). 125°, 56 minutes west. We'll be able to use Jupiter soon. So we want something around 90. Let's see, 5 degrees offset from our current heading, which is 90. No, it's 100. 99 works, so we'll want 279. Amazing. We'll do Antares one more time. That's at 101 degrees. Altitude 78 degrees, 39 minutes. And then 191, which will show up as 11. And Rigel Kentaurus looks like the one to use. That's going to be at 12, so that's 192 degrees. 52 degrees, 31 minutes. Alright, I have to solve a fuel problem soon, and then we're gonna have the go, no-go pull. Alright, I have the offset, and I have the plot, so we're going to clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and start plugging in the new information. 24, 51 south, 125, 56. 101 degrees. $78 degrees, 39 minutes. Okay, we're set up. Alright, so now I have to solve my fuel problem. So we currently have 425 left in the tank. So if I use our current speed as a guesstimate, in 2 hours we'll have burned another 144 gallons, and we would have traveled 510 miles. We just might have lost our tailwind. So that'll bring us to basically where we expect TOC 4 to be. That's 510 miles. That's the point at which we change modes. So 425. Wait a minute, 2 hours? We already did our 90 minutes. That's all we get. 90 minutes will get us 382 miles. So that's between TOC 3 and TOC 4. At that point, we're going to have 425 gallons minus 144. $281. And then from there, it's 680 miles to Easter Island. But we'll be traveling slower at about 205 miles per hour. So we'll need 3 more hours-ish. So 3 times 50 is 150, which means we will land with 281 minus 150. 131 gallons. Guys, it's starting to, oh boy, it's starting to get stressful. I think we can do it, but that's awfully close. It's closer than I'd like to. And to be honest, I'd like to know if we lost our tailwind first, because that, you know, if we start getting headwind, all bets are off. Alright, we've got 10 minutes to go. We did our sight going 264 miles an hour. We did our sight at 51. And now it's 11, so it's been 20 minutes, which means we would have traveled 85 miles. So guess what? It is time to take a look at Ducie Island. Stop me if this looks familiar. It's going to be right where that cloud is. Mind you guys, this is the last island for Easter Island. What's that thing? Something on my screen again. I have to say, Ducey Island would be a really good candidate for a real-life Gilligan's Island. It's just about between 1 and 2 miles in diameter, completely uninhabited. It's got a lagoon with an inlet. The only difference is the lagoon is about 1 mile in diameter. The lagoon from Gilligan's Island, those really don't form that way unless there is a source of natural water on the island. So in other words, it's not really a lagoon, it's a pond or a lake or a river. Because anything that's connected to the ocean would be torn apart unless it were significantly large enough. So I think Ducey Island is probably the closest that you're going to be able to get to Gilligan's Island. You know what? How about that? Ducey Island actually has a lagoon. In the lagoon, that's about 100 feet long and 300 feet long. Yeah, Ducey Island has it all. That's got to be the closest thing in the world to Gilligan's Island. It's quite interesting. 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting the shot. The offset is anticipated. That's not a problem. We're now about halfway between Talk 2 and Talk 3, which is why it's doing that. "100 miles," and that's nautical. 100-mile offset in a 101-degree direction. That adds to 191. Save. Talk 3. Speed. LOP. So we're about 1 hour from the power changeover, where we essentially downshift into cruise mode 5. I sound like this is something from Star Trek. Captain, 1 hour from downgrading to cruise mode 5. Okay, actual time of the shot, 10, 20, 21. Oh no, I missed our go, no go. Well, no, I added 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We have to do it right now. When you add the offset, we have to do it right now. So the pull was supposed to be at 18, but we can do it at 23 and still be safe, so we have 8 seconds. Okay, so we're going to do weather. Weather is go as far as we can tell. Engine. Okay, healthy cruise, temperatures near the red but not over everybody else in the green. Coolant temperature, carburetor, air temperature, good. Generators are good, voltmeter is good. So engine is go. Instruments, let's see, we need to keep moving over. Yes, we are still heading eastward. It's not exactly westward in the opposite direction. Suction is at 2 inches. That's where it normally is. Fuel gauges are still indicating, I think, that we haven't switched over to a internal tank. Hydraulic pressure is good. Altitude is still good, and airspeed is indicating reasonable. Turn and slip indicator is working, and our climb and descent is still indicating 0. Clock is still ticking, and obviously I have my own thing. So engine is good, instruments is good, navigation. So currently our navigation is telling us that we're roughly 20 miles off. We have advanced a sufficiently far enough direction, so navigation is go. O2. Tank is still nearly full. Let's just verify the blinker's not working. I would have passed out if it wasn't. Blinker's still working. O2 is go. And I just did my fuel hack. Fuel is go. So that is it. We are go for transiting. 1 engine out return. If we lose 1 engine, we are now committed to Easter Island, assuming we can't restart it. Okay, now I need to get my other shot up. So I have the offset 192 degrees. (192, 52, 31). And starting the shot. Positive number indicates southerly drift. We may have to double our correction. Actual time of the shot, 10:26. Positive 25. So we are a little bit further away than we should have been. So here we go. Magnetic, subtract 2, 4, 6. And let's see, 10:27. Correction. Five degrees to the left. To invasively intercept. And we'll just keep increasing it, you know, the more and more we need to. So let's see, it is off at 192 degrees for 25 nautical miles. So it's going to be 282. Save, TOC 3, course, LOP. Alright, and I need a new speed hack. So between TOC 2 hour 30 minute and TOC 3, ground speed was 137, and that was in 30 minutes. Nice, we just picked up even more speed. 273 miles per hour. That's a record. 273 will put us, we're now between TOC 2 and 3, which says that we should be doing 246. Nice. We're gaining at 30 miles per hour. That's strong. That's really good. And we are most definitely beyond Ducey Island now. That is it until Easter Island. We're entering Lent. That's a good term for it, oceanic lens. And of course, what am I going to do right now? Eat. Because this is probably the least critical time in the flight to do so. You know what? I need to look at my next point here. It said least critical phase in the flight, but the truth is if we lose an engine and can't get it back, we won't make it to land right now. So it's 10:31. We won't be single engine out to Easter until 11:44, and then immediately following that is the point of safe return. So we can do the polls as one. And point of safe return, that's real serious. Because after that, we have to land at Easter Island, no matter what. And there is no alternate. Nothing is close enough. that's it for islands. We won't see another piece of land until we come upon Easter Island. Alright, I need to start getting set up for the next shot. So I think we're pretty much following at about 87 now. We'll say that's about 95. True. Looks like Caus Borealis is the best choice. There's another pair, Caus Borealis and Caus Australis. 100 degrees and 52 degrees 3 minutes. And then I want something that's about 185. That's going to show up here as 5. Looks like the best shot is Rigel Pentaurus. That's going to be at 192 degrees, altitude of 52 degrees, 30 minutes. Okay, I have this star in so I can clear it, and just to verify, I have course plotted, so clear star 1, star 2. And now, I want to put in $25, 57, 122, 05, 100, and 52.3. Looks good. I should have just enough time to plug all this stuff in. I already had this information in here. Did I mess this up? Oh, that's what it is. I didn't advance the time. Or the location. 25, 57. At least that's a good consistency check. Hey, I did the same thing that I did last time. 122.04. So, yeah, that's actually better. We're going to use Saturn, which is at 97 degrees. And the altitude is at 26 degrees, 32 minutes. And then for the Southern Star, there's not really any good choices. Let's try a Northern Star. Not really any good choices there either. Okay. Let's try Gamma TRA. Actually, I've got no time. 25, 55, 122, 5, and 97 degrees for Saturn. 26 degrees, 32 minutes. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. So we're looking at Saturn right now. Good where it is. Alright, let's see. We have a... looks like a positive offset. Positive 10 at 97 degrees. Yes, that means we're going faster. So that translates to 7 degrees, line of position. And that is TOC. No, 3 hour, 30-minute fix. Speed, LOP. So the time of the shot was at 10:51 and the offset was 10. No time to record the other stuff. I'll have to come back to it. We gotta decide on the second star. And I think that was Gamma TRA, which I don't even have the time to look up what its actual name is. And this azimuth, uh, 188 degrees, 46 degrees, 7 minutes. Clear, I have that down, and start the shot. So this is at 54. It appears that there is 0 offset. Yeah, I'm not touching that. That's 0 offset. So this is at 188 degrees and 46 degrees, 7 minutes. And the star altitude of the first star, which is actually a planet, so planet altitude, 52 degrees. No. 26 degrees, 32 minutes. And the azimuth was 97 degrees. And that was Saturn. Okay, I think I have all the information I need, so we'll plot the second star there. And let me see, 2557 and 121.4. No, 122.4. At 0 nautical miles, and the line of position would be 98 degrees. Three-hour, 30-minute fix course LOP. Let's see, we are now... What? We're now 30 miles off course. Okay. What time is it? 10:56. Correction. 10 degrees left to invasively intercept. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I need our speed. $148 in 30 minutes. willy-nilly, we're going 296 miles per hour. Looks like we caught the eastward jet stream. That's the first time I think I said that, and that's a lot. So our true airspeed should be like 266. So we're doing like 40 miles an hour. That's the tailwind that we have right now, and I love this because this is just going to make us get more on course. We're 45 minutes out from being single engine to Easter, and I think I misunderstood that step. I said we were going to do both go no-go pulls at the same time. There is no go no-go pull for a single engine to Easter. It's just an action that happens that we're now single. We can lose an engine and save and survive. At this rate, it'll be closer to use Talk 4. So I think we can finally jump ahead to using Talk to Talk. So we use Talk 4 as our position. We can use Jupiter next. One of the massive advantages in having Jupiter above is that it's one of the last things to go. In fact, above 30,000 feet, I'm going to bet that Jupiter will be visible even past sunrise. It's kind of like Venus, where it's one of 3 objects that can be seen while the sun is above the horizon. The other 2 being Venus and the moon. So Jupiter will likely be a very powerful asset in helping us to maintain active celestial navigation. We'll go back to Atria for the second star. Alright, looks like I got this plotted, and do I have our offset? I do. So we're going to clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and we'll start setting up. So 25, 55, 120, 118, 21. .94 degrees for Jupiter. And altitude 22 degrees 51 minutes. All right, we're set. So right now, I believe we're about 119 degrees west. If I go into the northern hemisphere, 119 degrees west, you'll find Reno, Nevada, as well as Ventura and Oxnard, California, as well as Bakersfield. So that gives you an idea of how far east we are now. Now what you're probably thinking is, okay, well how far east is Easter Island? Pretty far. It's at 109 degrees. That's going to put us in 109 degrees is actually the Arizona-New Mexico line, which actually extends north into Utah and Colorado. So basically Grand Junction, Colorado. Think about that. That's how far we still have to go. And keep in mind, too, that we're closer to the equator than Colorado and Utah. So what that means is we actually have further to go, despite we're crossing the same amounts of longitude, because we're closer to the equator. So there's more distance between each line of longitude. I need to go back to solving some things here again. So, going through my checklist now, making sure everything's still good. So we'll round up at this point and say that we're at Top 4. So Top 4 is where my food's going to have to go away, because I'm going to spend the rest of the time manipulating the trim wheel. So, note to my future self, when I'm moving the trim wheel back and forth and complaining about how the plane wants to go every which way. Speed 5. You'll survive. Probably. You know, versus speed 4, in which case we just run out of fuel and then, you know, you wouldn't be able to fly at all. Okay, fuel consumption in gallons per hour is 72 gallons per hour. So we've been up here, we'll say 4 hours. It will be once we take the next site. So that means we'll burn 288 gallons. And this is observed. There's no question about it. This is the amount that we're going to burn. Plus or minus maybe 10 gallons. And then you also have to take out 12. So that means in total we'll have burned 300 gallons. We started with 629 gallons on takeoff. So that will leave us with 329 gallons left. And with less reserve, that falls to 279 gallons. Now, distance flown. At this point, we can say that we have flown 994 miles. And 623 remain. So, let's see, 994. And 623. Okay. So we're just now coming up on half a tank. So if we didn't switch from our current speed profile 4 to 5, what would happen is we would most likely run out of fuel on the descent to Easter Island. So to prevent that from happening, we have to go to speed 5. But we should have lots left over when we go to speed 5. So, you know, even if we're only able to save like 10%, that should be enough. And we should save way more than that. We should save like at least 50%. So, yeah. Okay. And I know my interpolated position because I just did that. Is it possible to return to home base? Okay, this is where this question is starting to become relevant for the first time ever. So, it is 11:13 per my celestial navigation log. If I lost an engine, I am no one engine return at 10:18. That was nearly an hour ago. I am not able to return on one engine. However, we are safe return until 11:46, which means for approximately half an hour we could safely turn around and not run out of fuel. But at this point I don't want to, because we're whisking along a lot faster than I thought we would, and we're actually starting to catch up to where we should have been if we didn't do this dipsy-do thing. So I think now we're just waiting for the shot time, which is going to be 21. So we have just about 6 minutes to go. Those kind of feel a little bit lower than they normally do. I'll have to keep an eye on that. It's not touching the 4. As long as it doesn't touch the 4, I'm not going to say that we've emptied the wing tanks. If we do, then we're in deep trouble, because it means that we're about an hour behind on fuel, and I don't have much time. So this shot is looking at Tok 4, so we're probably going to be significantly behind, but I'm hoping that we're not going to be quite this far behind, because the winds have been very good to us this flight. I think we're steadily catching up. I think we just, like I said, caught an on-ramp into the jet stream, which is good. And given that light, it's possible that we might not be able to return even after the point of safe return, just because the winds they seem to be a lot higher than what we were expecting. To go. All right, here we go. 2, 1, now. That's it. So this shot is occurring at 11:21, and the offset looks like it's going to be negative 55. Or negative 65. That's really, really good. That means we're only 65 miles behind of where I planned to be. So we've slowly been patching up the hole that we made at the beginning. Yeah, so that's where we are. I'm actually not too upset with that. That's not really upset at all, you know, except for the fact that we shouldn't have made that mistake. But it seems like we are being slowly forgiven, which is kind of nice. So that's something that could change, but I'm crossing my fingers that it doesn't. So let's see, we've got a 4-degree line of position here. And drag that out, save Tok 4, speed LOP. So at this point, we've got about 30 usable gallons left in the tip tanks, and we're going to go to 44 gallons per hour, which means switch the tanks at 12 o'clock. That's when we switch the wing tanks. Well, not wing tanks. The drop tanks that we're expecting to be empty, and we'll go to onto the internal mains, and we'll start burning through that. Okay, that's been done, so now I gotta get the second star, well, technically the first star, but second object, because we just got Jupiter. 183. Crazy thing is, I've actually flown in Jupiter on a different simulator, on the spaceflight simulator. So I can fly through the clouds of Jupiter and look up at the Earth, or fly over the ocean of Earth and look up at Jupiter. Pretty cool. Alright, 46, 45, 183. Alright, we're good. Clear the shot and go. We're a little bit late, but I don't think that it's that impactful. Yeah, 11:25. We're 1 minute late. Offset is 10. That's good. We're finally making progress on closing our off course. I'm not going to make any correction to that because that's coming in at the rate that I want it to. Things are actually going to change anyway when I throttle down momentarily, so that's okay. So Top 4, we have a positive offset of 10. So 10 nautical miles at 183. I'm going to turn this to 273. So 273 degrees. Save Top 4 course LOP. Alright, let's see how we're doing. Talk 3 hour 30 minute to talk 4 is going to be 143 miles, and 143 miles in 30 minutes means we are doing 286 miles per hour. That's good. Cruising. I love it. I hope everything goes good from here on out, because things are going to change. So about three more hours left in the flight, and a little over 2 hours from the LOP intercept. Alright, so I have the note to switch tanks, and it's time. So we'll say at 11:30, cruise transition 425, and I'm going to pull up my information here for Cruise 5, and for the time being, I'm going to try to advance to the next time, which is 11:51, and I'm doing this because it's going to be very hard to type once I do this. So 146. So I think the next position, so for our 30-minute fix will be at negative 26 degrees 14 minutes south and 117.13 minutes west. So I'm going to update that in Skyview Cafe really quickly. 26, 14, 117, 13. Ooh, cool. Neptune is rising. The problem with Neptune, though, is I'd love to get it, but the problem is it's a magnitude 7.9 planet. We'll never see it, even with a 3x scope. I can't even find Neptune with my own telescope in the backyard. It's not going to happen. Okay, here we go. Coming up on 11:30. This is it. Cruise transition. Cruise transition. We're going to go down to about 125 indicated, bringing the throttles back to 27 inches of manifold pressure and 1900 RPM, and I will allow the plane to do a little bit of snaking until we settle out. And I do have to be careful with large control movements here, because if I manhandle the plane like I did last time on leg 9, where it started going this way and that way, we could stall or even worse, spin. So I can't do that kind of stuff. Now into Talk 425, we're now going to be holding 80, looks like 88 degrees. We want a little bit less than that because we want to intercept. Starting to level out. Let's see where where the plane wants to have us sit. keep an eye on that fuel tank. Yeah, it still has not started coming down yet. Alright, going down a little bit more. I'm going to pitch up just some here. 120 is my limit. If I go below 120, we're going to allow ourselves to sink until the engine gets enough power to hold altitude, because less than 120, that's in stall territory. And I do not want to stall. Okay, we're now down to about 125, so we should be getting pretty close to balance here. While it's settling out, I'm going to try to get some more information in here. So I'm going to go with Jupiter again. Jupiter is now at 90 degrees azimuth, which is almost correct to our 88 degrees. And then the altitude 30 degrees 37 minutes. And then I want something that's almost due south. Now, how about due north? How about that? So you remember how I was talking about star pairs? Well, here comes another one of the pairs I mentioned, Russell-Haig. We'll use Russell-Haig. That is at 357. No, 356 degrees. And altitude of 51 degrees 10 minutes. Now make sure I have this offset here down 10, yes, and the plot, yes, it's plotted. So we can clear and clear star 1, star 2. Really close to the balance point. I'm going to trim up just a little bit more here. Kind of almost there. And then our new location is going to be 2614. 11713. So I just now realized that this is going to be a little bit off because, sorry, not a little, a lot off, because we just slowed down a whole bit. So we're going to have to see how far off we are, because I'm actually, like I said, I've only done this test once before, and that was after we landed at Totegegie. So we're going to have to see what the plane can do in this configuration. Alright, looks like we might be bouncing back up. This might be it. 90 at 30, 35. Okay, we're all set up. We just need to wait for minutes 51. Except I didn't copy the stuff in here. So Jupiter, 90, 30 degrees. Yeah, that's one thing I forgot to mention, is when you get a weather update going this slow, prepare for the plane to take a little bit of a rock and roll. Russell Hague is at 356. 51 degrees, 10 minutes. Alright, we're good. I'm gonna guess that outside it sounds even more quiet. Look at that nose up angle. That's insane. We're basically at lift to drag max, which was my goal. We've got power set. I want to see and make sure that we're still level. When you make a turn, prepare to descend, because we've got that little power that as soon as we make a turn, we lose that little bit of lift that we had and we start descending. Spent over 200 hours in the simulator preparing for this moment. I am ready for it to happen, for real. So the first activity, oh, it's coming up. Try to pitch up a little bit more. I should do it now, because otherwise I'm going to have to delay my sight. Okay, so in approximately 3 minutes, if we lose an engine, we should be able to survive the trip. However, in 5 minutes, we will lose the ability to safely return to Totegegie. Therefore, this is the go, no-go poll for the point of safe return coming up at 11:46. Weather, checking weather. Okay, so we've got a little bit of cumulus, just a little bit. Things are still looking good in the east. And I think I might see a little bit of astronomical twilight, maybe. Weather is go. Engine. Checking engine parameters. We are at 27 inches and 1900 RPM, otherwise known as Cruise 5. We are slowly losing a little bit of altitude, but for the most part are holding it, and this will begin to burn off more and more as we continue. So I think we're okay there. We should be able to hold Cruise 5. Checking our temperatures. Our temperatures are good. Oil and fuel pressures are good. Ammeters are good. Voltmeters are good. And our carburetor air and coolant temperatures are also okay. Well, we just started descending a lot faster. And looks like we took a turn. That's probably what happened. Alright, I'm going to trim way up, because we're accelerating for some reason. Okay, I think our engine is good. Our instruments, checking the instruments. So let's see here. Clock is still ticking. Everybody agrees that we are going east. I'm going to reset the heading indicator. Fuel tanks. Let me see what the fuel tanks are doing. Still have not touched the main tanks yet. Hydraulic pressure is looking good. Altitude. I was quite irritated about that. I want us to level off. Keep accelerating for some reason. Our attitude indicator looks good. Got plenty of hydraulic pressure. And turn and slip indicator still working. The climb indicator, whatever that is still working. Navigation. The next waypoint is at 11:51. Currently, I believe that we are 484 miles from Easter Island, which means that we have traveled about 1,200 miles thus far from Totegegie. O2. Our O2 level is now down to 450 psi. I don't know how quickly that goes down, but seeing as how it's almost full, I think we're okay. So we'll consider that to be alright. Fuel tanks. Well, like I said, we still haven't touched the fuel in the main tanks. We've been burning things out of the tip tanks, and those will be empty in about 15 minutes. So, with that, we are go to commit to Easter Island through the point of safe return. Two minutes ago, we became single engine out to Easter Island. If we lose an engine now, we should be able to make it to Easter Island. This is the original go, no-go point for the point of safe return. Once we take our shot at 11:51, we will have essentially counted down to the point of safe return, and at that point we should not turn back unless an emergency arises. Okay, I see a very quick down pitch. That is a warning sign that we are getting very near the stall point. I'm going to have to relax trim. Let's see, consulting my testing that I've done. we should not descend any further than 28,880 feet. Two minutes to go. Oh shoot, it was time to go. Alright, there's the offset that I was talking about. And it did take us a little bit of time before we did this, so I guess what I'm trying to say is the speed readout isn't fully established, so we can't extrapolate. Okay, so minus 20 miles. That's how much distance we lost due to slowing down. So let's see what we're doing in terms of speed. So I'm going to translate that to due north-south. And we're going to save this as 4 hour 30-minute fix on speed LOP. Alright, and then we're going to go for Russell Hague. And the Hague is up at 356. .51 degrees, 10 minutes. And I don't think I got that. Yeah, time of the shot was on time, just about 5 seconds late though, but let's see. Negative 20 was the offset, and here we go. So at 11:54, here is Russell Hague. Not bad. Okay. At 11:55, resuming course. Because we are on course, exactly. No offset. Wait a minute. No. This is an extrapolated position. Let me see how far off I really am. Okay, 0 degree offset from where I thought I was. So this is different than... Alright, so I thought I was at 2614 south. 117.13. Okay, so we're still 10 miles off, so it's not time to resume course yet. Just scratch that from the log. So 356 and the offset was 0, so we'll go to 266. Save for our 30-minute fix. Course LP. Alright, so the top 4 to 4 hour 30-minute was I want to get this right. ...124 miles. So in half an hour we traveled 124 miles. So that's showing up as 248 miles per hour, meaning we lost about 40 miles per hour in doing that, and that is approximately what I was expecting. So hopefully we won't lose any more than that. So we're going to do Jupiter first, and then we're going to do Caus Australis. And that plays into the whole double star kind of thing, which that's not what it really is, but it's a double named star. We did Caus Borealis a little bit earlier, which is pretty cool. It's also the highest we've shot by far. Above 80 degrees, 81.53. Shoot. Forgot to switch the tanks. Drop tank to main at 12:10. Should make sure. Yes, I have clear star 1, star 2. Okay, we gotta turn this guy on, that on. And we're in drop tank, and we need to go to main. So that's 3 clicks. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's the end of the drop tanks. We're now on the mains. We're starting at 90 gallons, actually 93 gallons each one. That's full. So that's taken care of, and it's 12:11. So we've got it scared me for a second. I was like, how do you expect me to see that? Looks like we're at 28,880. This is, you know, the point that we would hope to not drop beyond. So the go no-go point for the point of no return is at 12:14, and 12:21 is the next site. So let's just go ahead and do this now, shall we? Okay, so this is the go no-go poll for the point of no return. After the point of no return, it is physically impossible for any reason to return to Totegegie on one tank without landing first at Easter Island. For no reason shall we return to Totegegie, even in the most dire of emergencies. Weather. Checking weather now. I do not see any indications that weather will be a problem. And I'm starting to finally see the morning light. How about that? Weather is go. Engine, manifold pressure, RPM are good. And then we've got good oil temperature, oil pressure, fuel pressure, coolant temperature, carburetor air temperature, ammeter and voltmeter are all good. Engine is go. Instruments. Let's see, compass and heading indicators, both indicating that we're heading roughly the same direction, which is eastward, which is the direction we want to go. Suction is at 2 inches, clock is ticking. Fuel gauges look good. Looks like we are still full and full. Well, full and 54, which is what we did earlier. Seems like we are maintaining 28,800 feet. 130 miles per hour indicated, which is about what I was expecting. I was expecting 125. Still have plenty of hydraulic pressure. Instruments are go. Navigation. Okay, we have about 6 or 7 minutes to go until our next event here. So I will take a look here and see that we're between top 4 and top 5. The last indication that I got said that we were 350 miles from LOP intercept, which is pretty good. That means that we're actually starting to really get close, believe it or not. So I know where we are. We're roughly on course. We're probably drifted further south after all that stuff, but anyway, navigation is good. And O2 continues to drop. Over half an hour it dropped from about 450 to 420 psi. So I think we're still good on O2. And the fuel. Well, we just said that both fuel tanks were full, and I did the fuel hack earlier, so until I get a reasonable speed, I can't tell for sure what our speed is. So, with that, we are go to proceed through the point of no return. We are committing to landing at Easter Island. Next shot in about 5 minutes. 90 seconds to go. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. And this is Mach 5, so we're expecting it to be a little bit off. I think we got it. So first we were 65 miles behind. Let's see how far behind we are now. 86 to 66. Time of the shot was on time, 12:21. Yes, we're catching up, minus 45. So 266 will become 356. Save Mach 5. Speed LOP. Got this, so we're gonna change it now. Clear the shot, and 179 degrees. $81.53. Let's roll into this one. Look at that. Looks like we've come back. And this is actually Mach 5, which means that we're on course. I'm writing it back in at 12:25 Resuming course. Zero. Bang. Right on. Okay, so 179, that's going to translate to 269. Talk 5 speed, Talk 5 course LOP. Okay, so we're going from Talk 4 to Talk 5, technically. We're almost to Talk 5. So we're going to follow 88 degrees. That's going to be, that's due east-west, that's 88 degrees. So we need to kick it just a little bit to the north here. Time of the shot, 11:20, no, 12:24. Offset, 0. Off course, 0. Oh my gosh. We go through Talk 5, we're setting up our LOP intercept. We get the speed now. 4 hour, 30 minute to Talk 5. Uh-oh. We took a speed hit. Big one. I don't even need a calculator for this. 210 miles per hour. We're falling behind now. My flight plan anticipates that we're... No. That's right. 205 miles per hour. So we're maintaining. That decrease in wind speed was expected. We were maintaining our schedule. Good. That's what I like to see. Well, it's going to be almost an hour, so we'll do one more, only because it's a full 25 minutes between Talk 5.5-ish. And LOP intercept, plus we're 45 miles behind. So we'll do it again. So we're going to advance from here. $105 miles. Hour 30 minutes. Anticipated location 26 degrees 21 minutes south. Negative 114 degrees 12 minutes, and that's a west measurement. Okay. Track lines have been extended. Fuel consumption rate should be 44 gallons per hour. Total usable non-reserve fuel is going to be, and this equation is getting a little bit complicated now, it's going to be 12 plus 72 times 4 plus 44. So that's going to be 200, 300 plus 44 equals 344. The drop tanks should be empty. Even in the simulator, we should now be starting to come down on the main tanks where it says rear. And it doesn't look like... No, we've been in that position forever. Yeah. Okay. So the front ones, as it's calling there, those are the reserves. That's last. So we've burned 344 gallons. We've started with 629, which means we have 285 gallons remaining in total, 235 gallons remaining less reserve. Okay, and now we need the distance flown. So as of Talk 5, and not counting our little excursion, we have flown 1,231 miles. We have 386 miles to go. Just confirm. Okay, then we have to continue distance remaining. I got that interpolated position. We just named it at Talk 5 and Talk 5.5. The question, if it is possible to return to home base. No, it is not. We have passed the point of no return. There is no returning. It is not possible. Okay. All right. I need to set things up now for a shot in half an hour. Start to see some twilight now. Finally getting close. probably going to be beyond TAP 5. $114.12. Yes, we will. So we're going to be using between top 5 and LOP intercept. That's going to be 84 degrees. So we need something near 84 degrees. We can use Jupiter again. Jupiter is going to be at an azimuth of 81 degrees. Altitude 46 degrees, 44 minutes. And then 207 years. It's not really good southern stars. So there's something to think about. 190 is what I would. So magnitude, pretty sure I can use that. There's no good course start. We're going to have to use Vega. Vega is at 355 degrees. Actually, no, that's perfect. That's perfect because we're following 85. So it's 355 would be 90 degrees off. So that's perfect. Altitude 24 degrees, 43 minutes. Alright, now I've got to copy all this stuff then. Okay, should be all set now. Got 13 minutes to go. 26, 21 south. 114.12 west. Jupiter is at 81 degrees. Altitude 46. 44. I have plotted top 5. I have plotted it. Clear the shot. Clear star 1, star 2. 2620 south, 11410 west, and Jupiter, which is at 81 degrees, 46 degrees, 44 minutes. I'm gonna have to wipe off my globe later. We got 11 minutes to go. It's like 9.5 minutes to the show. Cannot believe how much this thing wants to go to the right. so it looks like there is finally enough light in the sky that we're really in astronomical dawn, or twilight. We've had astronomical dawn, because I can start to see the horizon. What is that thing? It's the Mr. Sunshine thing, right? The strange reflection of the sun in the water. That should never ever happen. We'll just pretend it's a ship. We're too far to see Easter Island. There's no chance that could be it. Not until the LOP intercept. I think I'm done with our fuel calculations. Whoa. That moved. We're taken out of the reserve. That's not right. You're supposed to take out of the front. What the heck's going on? So I did 3 clicks. 3 clicks will go to reserve, cross-section, main. So we should be in main. And I can confirm that's where the switch is set. I can see the spoke blacked out. That's really weird. Okay, I see our oxygen is now below 400 psi. I don't think I'm too worried about that now. Okay, so I think it's very clear that, I mean, we'll try to... Oh yeah, it's coming down. It's definitely coming down on the reserves. Okay, so let's write a fuel hack down. 1247. Main is full. Reserve is now 45. So we've lost, let's see, there's 186 gallons plus 90 on board. So we have 276 total gallons. That's how much fuel I believe us to have right now. And we had 285 about 20 minutes ago. So I think that agrees with my math. That looks good. All right, we got like 2 minutes to go until the next site. 30 seconds to go. Ten seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is talk 5.5. Well, it's not really a talk, but it's top of climb plus 5.5 hours. That's pretty bang on. I think that's better right there. Yeah, that's it. Okay, actual time of the shot, 12:51. Offset -5. Hour 30-minute fix. Speed LOP. This is my allergy season. Okay, and then let's see, I need to record the offset. Dang, that means we slowed down again. Vega is at 350. Wait. I did not plot it. 81 degrees. Plot. There we go. 355. .43. I have the shot. Good. Is at 12:54. Minus 35, and that's south. That's a southerly offset. That's not good. Okay. I'm going to increase left rudder trim, because we've been going to the right too many times. We're in trouble. We're further away than we've ever been before, and this is really where we don't want that to happen. .175 off 35 knots. Save 5 hour 30-minute fix course LOP. So on that development, we're probably not behind, because we've drifted so far south. That's actually going to impact our actual distance traveled. Yeah, we've traveled 116 miles. 116 miles in 30 minutes gets us 231 miles per hour. We've sped up again. Let's see, if we want to intercept LOP intercept, we definitely don't want to go any more than 77 degrees true, which is 60 degrees. So as long as we don't go further than 60 degrees, we're good. Let's get that plotted. So yeah, we're way down here. Negative 35 miles, 35 miles off, 25% missed. That's not good. But never to fear, we have the LOP intercept coming up. So, at our current speed, we have 141 miles to go. That means it's going to be taking 37 minutes, and we don't have time for another shot. So, expecting LOP intercept at 35 minutes plus our current time when we took that first shot. So that was at 12:51 plus 35 minutes. $13.26. So we're going to be, looks like 23 minutes late. That's not too bad considering how far behind we got, and the fact that we flew in the exact wrong direction. It's actually not too terrible. So minus 35. Yeah, we got it. And we got it plotted, so we're good to start putting the LOP intercept. So finally, this is like, you know, you have a song, and this has got to be like a 12-verse song, and you're like, when is it gonna end? You know, and then you're finally starting to hear the stanza that you've never heard before. You're like, oh snap, here it comes. So, okay, looks like I'm gonna write that down again. 1300. We are at full and 40. No, that's... the first tick mark is 40. That's like 42. Full and 42. Okay. Yeah, so there's basically like 200 miles left in the flight, and there's more than 200 gallons on board. So a gallon per mile would basically mean that we'd have to be burning something insane like 200 gallons per hour to run out of fuel now. So I'm confident at this point we're going to make it. That wasn't as scary as I thought it would be, and I'll have to look at the flight analysis to see how close we came to the Robinson Crusoe flight length. So, 100 miles out, prepare for the landfall. Do not initiate the descent until sight happens. Okay. Altitudes of the object on the graph. Yeah. Okay. Curve is drawn. Set the assumed position to the destination. Here's star 1, star 2. Rapa Nui Mataveri is at 27 degrees. 10 minutes south, 2710, 109 degrees, 25 minutes. Take a look at our landfall chart and see what the first time on here is. Oh snap, it's 1303 right now. Let's do the first shot. .44, 25. 106 degrees. 44.25, not 25 minutes. Okay, here we go. Nowhere near it. Try again. There it is. Okay, 210 miles. We might not appear. Yeah, it's mostly off of here. So we've got 210 miles to go. Wait a minute. Oh, no. This is to the destination, not the LOP intercept. Something's not right. .286. .286 back, 44 degrees, 15 minutes. Wait, where is Beaumont? See, we want a star in the northeast, right? .106. Omaha is in the southeast. Shoot. I screwed up. Okay, so what happened was I picked an LOP star that was 90 degrees off from where I really should have picked it. What this is going to do is this is going to make the flight even longer. Crap. I can't believe I made that mistake. after all these flights. I want a star in the northeast. Let's try Altair. We're going to have to ad hoc do this. 1315. At 1315, Altair will be at... Wait. I haven't updated the position. $27.10. 109. 25. And it is about to start getting really bright really soon, so let's try to figure this out sooner rather than later. 13:15. We should still have plenty of time to set this thing up. 184 is going to be the azimuth. Azimuth is going to transfer to 4 degrees north. Degrees and 53.50. .25-mile offset. So we're seeing an elevation higher than... Okay, so that star is not going to work. Let's try Enif. Enif is going to be at 223, which is 43 degrees. 43 degrees, and the altitude is going to be 42 degrees 16 minutes. That should work. Alright, I'm gonna commandeer a location on here. New LOP star is Enif. And we're just gonna keep doing this every 5 minutes until we intercept. So Enif is at 43 degrees minus 90 degrees, so that's going to be 300 and... ...100 miles. So 43... is going to be 329. That's still not direct enough for me. I want an LOP line that's about 290 degrees, which means I need to see something that is basically due north. So like 10 degrees. So Altair was not good enough. Yeah, we're going to have to go with Enif. Okay, plot the star. So what happened was I chose a star in flight planning. This is a mistake that actually occurred before takeoff. I made this mistake in flight planning. I planned the flight with a star that would have never worked with LOP intercept. What I wanted is a star that looked like this. This represents the island, and this represents where we are now. So you'll see with this, you actually have to go the other way. So what we'd have to do is go past the island and then cut back, which I really don't want to do. So with this star, we're just waiting for this to line up here, and then we're going to go in like that. And that's how we're going to get into the base. So let's see, through the day it's going to change. Enif is going to head more towards the north, which makes it a better star as time progresses. So that's good. Alright, it is darn near clear. So if I extend the track from where we were before, and we're 100 miles from said LOP intercept, that puts us probably not close enough to LOP intercept, but I should be able to at least try, you know. The good news is, no matter what, we know the island's to the right because we've drifted so far north. So let's see, Easter Island is 1,600 feet. But the good news is it's 8 miles long plus, more like 10. So it'll be a little bit easier to spot. So we had a 100 nautical mile offset, 1326. Okay, so we're not yet at LOPI. I can still use that time. Expecting, we're going to call it Enif LOPI to distinguish it from the original LOPI. ELOPI, or Alopi, is going to be at, here comes the sun. Not ready for that yet. It's really weird, you know, after all this night, you'd be like, yay, the sun's rising, but I'm like, no, I need to figure out where I am. We're having issues right now. ELOPI is going to be 100 miles further along. So 100 miles at our current speed will take about 26 minutes. We'll say we took the shot at 13:15. $13.41. cannot believe that I made the 90-degree dogleg mistake. That's something that I felt like would get caught in the probably second or third one. Oh, I can't believe that. Let's try again at 25. At 25, ENIF will be at 220 plus, so that's 40 degrees. And the elevation will be at 43 degrees, 45 minutes. After we get this next shot, let's get Jupiter, because I want to get a progress report on exactly where we are. So Easter Island, the offset is going to be at 40 degrees, but we know we haven't passed it yet. So an azimuth of 40 is going to correspond to an azimuth of, or an LOP, not an LOP, an anti-azimuth, because it's going to be negative, of 220 degrees. Looks like ENIF will actually be a pretty ideal star for us. You know, not perfect, but pretty good. But Jupiter will really tell me if it's possible to see Easter Island, and it'll also tell me where to look for it. Because I believe that we're in the bubble now. We're in the magic bubble. We just got to look really hard and we'll see it. But we've only got a few minutes left. At least not for Jupiter, maybe for ENIF. It's well past nautical dawn, and I think we're pretty much going on civil dawn. Not quite yet, maybe about 5 more minutes. Alright, 1 minute to go. I can see really well now, so it's a lot easier for me to follow a specific direction. Okay, 30 seconds. And we'll clear star 1. That's not helpful at all. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. Let's check our... Yes, they are on main tanks, and yet the reserve is what's coming down. That's important for... I'm gonna note that on the thing. Reserve is being consumed first. So it looks like this is an automatic time script that controls what fuel tank empties when. And that's incorrect. When I set the tanks to main, they should drain the main. And the POH says that you drain the main before you drain the reserves. So that's going to mess with my center of gravity now. Okay, so it's a minus 70 mile offset. at 220. And then that's going to 220130. Alright. Save. This is a 1325 ENIF LOP offset. Alright, now I want to get Jupiter. Let's say we'll make it at 28. Jupiter is going to be at... Did we plot it? No, we didn't. Now it's plotted. Okay. Jupiter is at an altitude of... Well, first, its location. It's at 80 degrees. So this isn't going to be perfect. It's going to be a diagonal. So it's going to be low accuracy. But I just want to know about where I am. Altitude 58 degrees, 42 minutes. Alright, we need to wait 25 seconds. And it's nautical, or not nautical, civil twilight. This stinks. We were doing so good until I messed up the LOP intercept, but this was past Dr. Aeronautics, not current Dr. Aeronautics' fault. Okay, it's time. Okay, so Jupiter is at 250, so that's... No, it's not at 80, it's at 70 degrees. 70. Try that again. Okay, we are, looks like we're exactly 2 degrees off, so that's 120 miles, and the offset is at, it's going to be negative, so instead of, 250 for 70 nautical miles off. .250 minus 90 is 160. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. I got it right. 250 for 75 nautical miles off. 160. And get rid of start 2 because it's distracting. So we are to the northeast of the island. I must have misplotted something. My lines aren't intersecting. $250 off 120. That's the problem. Okay. 250 off 120 nautical miles, and then that becomes 160. There we go. Save 1327. speed LOP. And they were 2 minutes apart, and in 2 minutes we would have traveled 8 miles, which means I need to advance one of these guys. So let's see, 8 nautical miles advanced along the direction of flight, and then change it to LOP offset, which I think was 220. No, 130. Okay, so it's going to save as 1325 ENIF LOP offset advanced 1327. Okay, so now I have a definite location. It's low accuracy, but at least it's definite. Okay, a course of 101 will take us straight to the island. That is going to translate to 85. So we need to be further north, or we're going to miss the island. We should be heading northeast. And I should be a little bit more concerned because fuel keeps coming down. Let's do another check here. We are at 40, 35, 32 gallons and full, and it is 1333. So I'm going to follow a course of 70 degrees, which is 85 in real life from the course. And 1327, so we've gone about 5 minutes. 5 minutes will take us 19 miles. So 19 statue miles out at 85 degrees. Okay, we're in the possible range to see Easter Island now. It is going to be at about 15 to 10 degrees off the right side. Okay, I think we have something. Okay, flag-shaped object. Yes, that meets the description of Easter Island. We have located Easter Island. 1335. Landfall. Actually, land spotted. We're going to intercept the island directly. It's clear blue sky. So we'll just forget the LOP offset. This will be a root cause analysis because this was a big mistake. That's not, I can't forgive myself on something like that. Okay, I need the heading now. 90 magnetic. Okay, that gives us one fix. And now all we need is the second fix. Let's go back to ENIF. We'll take another shot at 1338. And at that point, ENIF will be at 217. So that's going to be 37 degrees. ENIF will be at 37 degrees. And 45 minutes. 45 degrees. 35 minutes. Let's go ahead and clear that. Negative 120 on the Jupiter offset. I didn't write it down. Negative 120 Jupiter. And that was done at $13.27. Uh, 10 seconds until the ENIF shot. 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting the shot. This is ENIF. So this should tell us approximately how distant we are. We have one direction, that is the direction to base, which we know is at, it is what looks like 90 degrees, so that's 90 magnetic. But remember, it's subtract east, so it's really 250, no. We're going from magnetic. Add 285. Oh, we're actually riding the original path that I had intended to ride. How about that? So we've actually passed through LOP intercept based on what I'm seeing. The question is, where exactly are we? This is perfect, actually. This is the path that I wanted to take for some hypothetical star that didn't actually exist. Okay, so this is saved, and this is going to be 13 ENIF LOP. No, ENIF speed LOP. No, ENIF LOP offset. No, I'm recording something else. Easter Island site vector. Okay, and now the next thing I'm going to do is the offset. So that's negative 45. So it's 45 miles in the opposite direction of. So 37 is going to translate to 217. 217 for 45 miles. And now we have to translate that 90 degrees. 307. 307. Cool, we're halfway between LOP intercept and beginning of descent. So this is ENIF 1337 LOP offset. How about that? So we're actually right on intended course. I'm really lucky the sky was clear, because if it wasn't, I would be scrambling right now. Now, this is something that's easily fixed. It's a careless mistake in planning, which drives me crazy because I took a long time to ensure that everything was right. So we're going to have to figure out a foolproof way to not mess this up. And I think the way we're going to do it is we're going to compare it to a previous site that we did on a perfect LOP intercept. That was for Totegegie. So we'll compare it with the Totegegie site and say, okay, is the Totegegie site look a lot like the one that I planned for Robinson Crusoe? Is the star in the same quadrant of the sky, and am I planning the same direction to intercept? That's how we'll prevent it. Okay, so at 1337, we were 140 miles to go. And it's been 5 full minutes, which means we would have traveled 19 miles. Which means we are now halfway to the beginning of descent. Actually, 2/3 of the way from LOP intercepts. Alright guys, it's the full cold glory of the Eastern Pacific. Clear, cold, crystal blue water. When we started this journey, the sea surface temperature was 83 degrees to 86 degrees to 84 degrees, you get it. Now, where we are heading, it is 77 degrees. Actually, that's not that cold. Let me see what it is at Robinson. Oh yeah, we have to go further to Robinson Crusoe. At Robinson Crusoe, it's 66 degrees. That's where it starts to get cold to swim. And then some people will even consider the 70s to be cold to swim. Should be able to observe our drift now. See how much wind drift we're incurring. Yeah, there's a little bit of drift. We're going off to the right. Okay, the sun has just risen. And that's okay because I know where we are now. So let me just see, how far did we spot Easter Island? When I took that shot, we were there. So I spotted it from at least 140 miles out. That was an impressive shot. That was only 29 miles within the possible sight range. Wow, look at these colors. Beautiful blue and purple. Wow. Maybe I can use that as a thumbnail. Red, blue, and purple. And look at that angle. This is what I was talking about. Our angle of attack is so high, we're just trying to sit in the air. That's all we're doing. And you know that because of how long it's taking us to go from LOPI to beginning a descent. Beautiful. Gold and blue. And inside we got yellow and red. Okay, I can still see a constellation up there. So it's not quite over for celestial navigation if we had to, but we're going to begin descent any minute now. So there's no real point. And I'm actually not that concerned. I was worried about fishtailing like crazy, and so far it hasn't been too difficult to control to control this. So let's see, 1337, we're still heading on the same vector. We've gone for 9 minutes now. 35 miles is what we're looking at. So not quite yet at beginning of descent, but we're getting there. Let's just get our time now instead of doing the guess and check game. So 45 miles is the distance that we need to go. And that will take 11 and a half minutes. We'll round it to 12 because it's always better to be higher than lower. So 12 minutes plus 37 is 49. So we have 1 minute to go. So this is really cool because having spotted Easter Island using celestial navigation, there is only one harder island to get, and that's Tristan da Cunha, which I believe is in the southern Indian Ocean. And the deal with Tristan da Cunha is it has no runway on it. So I've effectively hit, actually, you know what? Maybe it's in the southern Antarctic. Not Antarctic, the southern Antarctic. Southern Atlantic. There's Gull Island. There it is, Tristan da Cunha. Yeah, Edinburgh of the Seven Seas. They do not have a runway. So that doesn't count. And also there's another island that's, I think it's Gull Island is only a couple hundred miles away. The Easter Island is isolated by 1,000 miles. So we've hit the most isolated over water runway in the world. That's cool. And now it's time to descend. 1350. Initiating descent. And wow, my page is almost full. I've used almost all of my note pages. That's good. When I do the Robinson Crusoe leg, it will probably end up taking the entire page. Plus, this flight was a little bit longer than what we were expecting. We will try to compare that to Robinson Crusoe. Alright, let's start the descent process. Descent. Throttle's 15 inches and 1600 RPM. And that's it for the time being. So we're going to take a long time to descend because we're already trimmed up. So let's just see, for cruising purposes, looks like we have about 25 gallons. So we're still full in the mains, and we're 25 on the reserve. And that is 1350. And I'll just mark that this is the beginning of descent. Okay. It's kind of cool now that we can actually see how much fuel we have on board. Before that it was just a guess, but it seems like my guess was very accurate, because it started coming down pretty much right after I said, okay, the tips are empty, and then I started looking. I'm like, oh, it's not this one, it's this other one. So that's pretty cool. Drifting again. You guys ready to buzz some tikis? No, just kidding. They're called moai. I actually have a tiki from high school. My high school English teacher had a couple tikis in there just to be, you know, multicultural and everything. And then the new president or principal or something like that decided not to do idols anymore, so he wanted to get rid of those. And so my high school English teacher, like a year after graduation, I came to see him. He's like, so the president's making us get rid of the tikis. You wouldn't happen to want it, would you? And I'm like, yes, I want it. This tiki has had so many stories around it regarding things that would happen in that room in Halloween. Like, he told us one story about how he came in there one time and there was just, the tiki had disappeared and there was just incessant screaming coming from the closet and blood running from under the door, and it was hilarious. I'm like, I need to get this tiki. We called him, or her, I don't know what their gender was, Nishiki the Tiki. And then we had another tiki called the Freaky Weeky Tiki, but it fell off a shelf and busted. A second time. Because the first time it fell off, it busted, they glued it back together, and then it had all sorts of concrete seams on its face. That's why we called it the Freaky Weeky Tiki. But then it broke the second time, and of course, it broke on the ceramic, not the concrete. So there were twice as many pieces now to glue back together, so we just threw it out. Alright, there's our runway. Right between the two islands, there's like a big mountain. And then in the middle is that strip, that's our runway. And then there's a bigger area off to the side. So let's see, it's not labeled, that's kind of really annoying. Let's Google Easter Island map. And there's moai all over the island. Let's see if we can get a name of what this place is called. Alright, so the big mound, I'm going to use my gun as like a pointer. That big mound over there, that's Volcano Teravaca, or Teravaca. Volcano Teravaca. And then way in the far corner, off to the east, towards Robinson Crusoe, is Volcano Huacatic. I'm guessing that's not Spanish. I was actually expecting there to be a little bit more Spanish names on here. And then this one on the right side, that is Rano Ka. Volcano Rano Ka. And I'm not sure how good my scenery is for Easter Island. I don't have any mods. But there are potentially 3 moai that we could see. So let me see, which runway are we going to land on? I'm going to try 28. So it means we're going to pass the island. We'll circle around the volcano and come north. So coming in, we should see the moai Vinapu. And if we overshoot the runway and have to do a go-around, we'll see the moai Te Ata Hero. And there's another one that has apparently fallen. The moai Anakai Tangata. So the end of the flight went all right, except for the fact that, you know, like I said, the whole LOP intercept planning thing was off. So that was a big problem. But we still found the base. I mean, the LOP landfall stuff is only really important when you have foggy conditions or overcast skies. So we'd be really screwed. Looks like we're still about 22,000 feet. See, I said this was going to take a long time. It's taken a long time. We've got nothing to do until we hit 12,000 feet. Now that's a picture. Look at how high that trim wheel is. It's in the center. Right there, that flap is the trim flap. See how our fuel is doing. We should be burning next to nothing because we're basically almost at engine idle. 25, yeah, hardly anything is being burned right now. We might be 1 gallon lower, that's it. So when I started this, my room heater was off. This computer, when it runs the simulation, heats my room up like crazy. I started off with my room temperature 67.5. I let it go as low as it would go without turning the heater on. So it just free fell overnight. It was 39 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And now it is 62 Fahrenheit outside, and my room temperature is 76.5 and climbing fast. Looks like we're down to 17,000 right now. Can't do anything until we hit 12. Even though Easter Island was settled by the Polynesians, I don't consider Easter Island to be part of Polynesia just because of how isolated it is. Like on a geographical slash geological scale, it's kind of its own thing. Sort of like how Robinson Crusoe is as well. And you know what? I just remembered. Let's go to my expedition and storms chart. We have passed through 120 degrees west. We passed through 120 west between Talk 3 and Talk 4. So what this means is that there is no storm naming center. It is considered scientifically impossible, or I guess I should say meteorologically impossible, for hurricanes, typhoons, or cyclones to form in this part of the world. The water's just too cold. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I want to check on the oxygen meter. O2 at 300 psi. End of use. Even if it ran out now, we're at 14,000 feet. I'd be good for at least half an hour. And I have a relatively large lung capacity and don't use much of it at all, so in real life I'd probably be even better than that at 14,000. Okay. So from our final destination in Concepcion, South America, we are 2,230 miles. Still a massive distance. Can you believe it? 2,230 miles? Well, almost all of that, 1,869 miles, will be taken up to get us to Robinson Crusoe. And then from there, it is 395 miles to Concepcion. So if we make it to Robinson Crusoe, that's it. Everything else from then on should be a freebie. Now, hopefully the weather's good in Concepcion, because that's down near the Valdivas. So it rains pretty often down there. There's some pretty thick forests in that area. So, but for now, Robinson Crusoe, actually, it's kind of mixed. It's got some dry and some wet. Same with Alejandro Selkirk. Easter Island, I think, receives about 40 inches of rainfall per year, but there's not many. What do you call it? A lot more clouds now all of a sudden. Okay, 14:10:02 off. I was going to say there's not many trees. Okay, we are now at below 12,000. We're at 11,700. So we're good to continue. Cockpit heat going off. It should be somewhere in the 60s down there. It's a lot colder. We've kind of left tropical waters. It is a lot colder down near this end of the Pacific. So Totegegie, only looking because it's not going to help me in any way. Totegegie, the air temperature was 79, and here in Easter Island it's 73. Wow, that's actually warm for Easter Island. The climate shows a let's see, average high of 75 and an average low of 64. Okay, so, and we're towards the end of the warm season. Okay, so that's reasonable. But anyway, that's plenty where you don't need cockpit heat. So that's going off. And then, is there anything else that I want to do right about now? Oh yeah, O2 flow off. We don't need oxygen anymore. Okay, fuel selectors, fullest tanks. Well, we've been using the reserve, so if you would just use the main, but it doesn't seem like, yeah, see, it's using reserve, but we're on main, so that doesn't make any sense, but that's all we can do. So we are on the fullest tanks, but it won't take from the fullest tanks, which is stupid, but I don't know, consider it a mod. Fuel boost pumps both on, well, we never turn them off. We'll just leave them on at this point. Propeller governors, 2600 RPM. I'm going to wait for that just so that we get a little bit lower. So I was expecting touchdown 7 hours later at 13:53, and it's 14:13. So we're 20 minutes, 25 minutes late. Wow, we've been catching up time the whole time. We've been catching up. So to finish only 25 minutes behind, considering that we turned the wrong way and went the wrong way for a long time, that's good. And now I've proven that we can fly a lot further than was being planned. So the flight length was 1,620 miles, and we flew the wrong way a round trip of exactly 200 miles. So we flew 1,820. So the Robinson Crusoe leg is longer than everything that we did today by about 60 miles. So it's not that crazy, but it is longer. So just note that. Now at this point, I'm not concerned about it, because even at 60 miles an hour in a full hour, we'll burn 44 gallons, and that's what's left in the reserve tank. And then we've still got the main tank. So I'm not concerned about fuel at all at this point. If anything, oxygen seems to be the scarier thing. Alright, let's set up for the runway. So I want runway 28. So if we can just get our speed down, we'll be on a downward. Propellers 2,600 RPM. Mixture control is in auto rich. Intercooler shutters open. And we'll put the override flaps and everything else into automatic. That should slow us down a little bit more and also prepare it for some high power operations. Speed established 175. Turn off the rest of the lights, but we'll turn on the landing light, because it's a pretty big runway. You probably do see a lot of commercial traffic there. Speed established 175. Landing light is desired. Landing gear down and confirmed. I really hope we didn't make a big mistake by not putting the landing gear down earlier on in the flight, or we could be in big trouble. Just confirm the speed. We're good. Whoops. Alright, landing gear is out. We're already doing 130. We actually need to accelerate a little bit. Yeah, that landing gear out really helps. Okay, so the warning light is showing up now finally. We want 26. So that's going to look like that. Throttle's above 15 inches manifold pressure. Speed established 150. And the last thing is when landing is assured, flaps down. Okay, can we see any moai down there? Probably one on the island. Or not the island, actually there's not one on the hill. That's Volcano Rano Cow right there. you have a pillbox. Okay, looks like we're starting to hit the planetary boundary layer. Alright, now I'm going to say it like they did in those cheesy World War II training videos. It's in the bag. and we're going to be really light, so I'm going to expect to float for quite some time, but the runway is 10,000 feet long, so this will give us an idea of what it's going to be like coming into Robinson Crusoe. The runway there is pretty short. I think it's like 4,000 or 5,000 feet, so we can't float like I'm planning to do here. Looks like we got a little bit of a crosswind component here. Oh, that's nice. Our shadows in view. Oh boy. Wow, slow touchdown. Well, we're designed for muddy fields, so as bad as that touchdown... Why is my rudder unresponsive? My rudder is unresponsive. Try this on for size. Alright, what the heck's going on? I have no nose wheel steering. Maybe that got busted because I went too fast. If that's the only thing that's busted, I guess that's okay. That's probably something that's pretty simple for me to fix. I might not even need help to do that. Oh, let's get the landing time. 14:27. So we're half an hour late. That's actually not that bad. Okay, let's start finishing things. So after landing, flaps up. Fuel boost pumps off, prop governor full forward, coolant shutters, everything open. Cool. Do I have high? Yeah, I have braking pressure. Okay, pushing the nose into the ground doesn't do anything. Alright, yeah, that doesn't surprise me, but we still need to find the fuel pump. that looks like it could be the fuel pump. Okay, we're going fast enough now that I do have some... There's the pump. Okay. Okay, that works. So there's a neat little trick. If I kick the rudder forward and then pull the brakes, it gives me a little bit of a turning force. Oh shoot! We want to check the fuel levels now before Robinson Crusoe. I hope this isn't close enough to fill us up. Okay, it's not. Good. Hop out on the wing and check our fuel tanks. Okay, so let's see. Left reserve is now down to 21.5. Left main has not been touched. Right reserve is 21.45. Right main, again, is full. And the drop tanks, empty. So we have 183 plus 43. $226 gallons, 229 gallons. Something is off. $186 plus 43. Okay, that's all I needed to see. So we started with 636 and we ended with 229. So we burned about 400 gallons. So this is only 2/3 of our range. I went 1,200 miles to 1,600 miles today. So our theoretical maximum range is 2,400 miles. And we only need to make it to 1,800 miles. So I think, as long as the weather doesn't stink, that the Robinson Crusoe leg is not going to be as scary as I thought it was going to be. The real fright is going to be in the weather and the oxygen. And there we go. We are refilled. We'll stop the engines now because this has been a long flight and we got to end it. So we got 1,600 RPM. Return back to 1200. Idle cutoff. Well, everyone, this is it. We made it. Okay, the shocks are working again. It must have been that we weren't actually at a parking spot at Totegegie. Now, doesn't look like there's anything particularly wrong with the steering. I'm guessing it has to do with potentially one of those hydraulics. We can take a look at that and see if it's possible to get that fixed. It doesn't look too difficult, so probably just a nose fork and pinion steering probably just became misaligned or whatever. I'm going to bet that we can probably fix that. So this was the scary one, the first scary one. 1,600 miles open water. We successfully identified a single island in a empty ocean. The only thing that I didn't like was towards the end, I did not get the LOP intercept star correct. That really ticked me off. And then, of course, there was flying the exact opposite wrong direction. But the good that came out of that is we've now flown almost 80 miles compared to the, we've flown 1,820, and for the Robinson Crusoe flight, we had to fly 1869. So, you know, it's pretty close. It's actually not that far. Not that much further. So, yeah, that's it. One more scary one, and then we can say hello to South America. I've been Dr. Aeronautics, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you for joining me. Bye-bye.